No, you have read enough for the present. Rest page 330 your eyes from books. Open them to the world. See things as they are. Look out of this window. What do you see? Nothing, a row of houses, a street, a road. I see besides that the houses are mean, dirty, and void of beauty, but I see more. I see an organ player. On the curbstone the little girls are dancing. In the road the ragged boys are playing. Look at the freedom of the girls' limbs. Look at the careless grace of the children. Do you know how clever they are? Some of them, who sleep where they can and live as they can pick pockets at 3, go shoplifting at 4, plot and make conspiracies at 5. See how they run and jump and climb. I see them, they are everywhere. How can we help that? You would leave these poor children to the government and the police. Yet I think a better way to redeem these little ones is for the working men to resolve together that they shall be taken care of, taught, and apprenticed. Spelling, which your cousin says constitutes most of the school board education, does not so much matter. Take them off the streets and train them to a trade. Do you ever walk about the streets at night? Be your own police and make your streets clean. Do you ever go into the courts and places where the dark laborers sleep? Have a committee for every one such street or court and make them decent. When a gang of roughs make the pavement intolerable, you decent men step off and leave them to the policeman if he dares interfere. Put down the roughs yourselves with a strong hand. Clear out the thieves' dens and the drinking shops. Make roughs and vagabonds go elsewhere. I am always about among the people. They are full of sufferings which need not be. There are a great many workers, ladies, priests, clergymen, among them trying to remove some of the suffering. But why do you not do this for yourselves? Be your own almoners. I find everywhere, too, courage and honesty and a desire for better things. Show them how their lot may be alleviated. But I don't know how, he replied humbly. You must find out if you would be their leader. PG 331, and you must have sympathy. Never was there yet a leader of the people who did not feel with them as they feel. This saying was too hard for the young man, who had, he knew, felt hitherto only for himself. You say what Harry says. I sometimes think, he stopped short, as if an idea had suddenly occurred to him. Look here, is it true that you and Harry are keeping company? No, we are not, Angela replied with a blush. Oh, I thought you were. Is it off then? It never was more on than it is at present, Mr. Coppin. Oh, he looked doubtful. Well, he said, I suppose there is no reason why a girl should tell a lie about such a simple thing. He certainly was a remarkably rude young man. Either you are or you ain't. That's it, isn't it? And you ain't. We are not, said Angela, with a little blush, for the facts of the case were, from one point of view, against her. Then if you are not, I don't care, though it's against my rules, and I did say I would never be bothered with a woman. Look here, you and me will. Will what? We'll keep company, he replied firmly. Oh, I know it's a great chance for you, but then you see you ain't like the rest of 'em, and you know things somehow that may be useful, though how you learned 'em, nor where you came from, nor what's your character, there, I don't care, we'll keep company. Oh, yes, we'll begin next Sunday. You'll be useful to me, so that the bargain is not all one side. It was not till afterward that Angela felt the full force of this remark. As for getting married, there's no hurry, we'll talk about that when I'm member. Of course it would be silly to get married now. Of course, said Angela. Let's get well up the tree first. Lord help you, how could I climb, to say nothing you, with a round half-dozen of babies at my heels. Page 332. But Mr. Coppin, she said, putting aside these possibilities, I am sorry to say that I cannot possibly keep company with you. There is a reason, I cannot tell you what it is, but you must put that out of your thoughts. Oh, his face fell. If you won't, you won't. Most girls jump at a man who's in good wages and a temperance man and sought after like me. But there, if you won't, there's an end. I'm not going to waste my time crying after any girl. We will remain friends, Mr. Coppin. She held out her hand. Friends, what's that? We might ha' been pals, I mean partners. But I can tell you all I think. I can advise you in my poor way still, whenever you please to ask my advice, even if I do not share your greatness. And believe me, Mr. Coppin, that I most earnestly desire to see you not only in the House, but a real leader of the people, such a leader as the world has never yet beheld. To begin with, you will be a man of the very people. He said, one of themselves. A man not to be led out of his way by flatterers. No, he said with a superior smile, no one, man or woman, can flatter me. A man who knows the restless, unsatisfied yearnings of the people and what they mean, and has found out how they may be satisfied. Yes, he replied doubtfully, certainly. A man who will lead the people to get what is good for themselves, and by themselves, without the help of government. And no thunders in the commons, no ringing denunciation of the hereditary house, nothing at all that he had looked to do and to say, call this a leadership, but he thought of the Chartist and his new methods. By different roads, said Montaigne, we arrive at the same end. Page 333. Chapter 36. What will be the end? The end of the year drew near, the end of that last year of 81, which, whatever its shortcomings, its burning heat of July and its wretched rain of August, went out in sweet and gracious sunshine, and a December like unto the April of a poet. For 6 months Angela had been living among her girls. The place was become homelike to her. The workwomen were now her friends, her trusted friends. The voice of calumny about her antecedents was silent, unless it was the voice of Bunker. The Palace of Delight, whose meaning was as yet unknown and unsuspected, was rising rapidly, and indeed was nearly complete, a shell which had to be filled with things beautiful and delightful, of which Angela did not trust herself to speak. She had a great deal to think of in those last days of the year 81. The dressmaking was nothing, that went on. There was some local custom, and more was promised. It seemed as if, on the soundest principles of economy, it would actually pay. There was a very large acquaintance made at odd times among the small streets and mean houses of Stepney. It was necessary to visit these people and to talk with them. Angela had nothing to do with the ordinary channels of charity. She would help neither curate nor sister of mercy, nor Biblewoman. Why, she said, do not the people stand shoulder to shoulder and help themselves? To be sure, she had the great advantage over professional visitors that she was herself only a workwoman and was not paid for any services. And as if there was not already enough to make her anxious, there was that lover of hers. Was she and Harry keeping company? Dick Coppin asked this question, and Angela not altogether truthfully said that they were not. What else were they doing indeed? No word of love now. Had he not promised to abstain? Yet she knew his past, she knew what he had given up for her sake, believing her PG 334 only a poor dressmaker, all for love of her, and she could not choose but let her heart go forth to so loyal and true a lover. Many ladies in many tales of chivalry have demanded strange services from their lovers. None so strange as that asked by Angela when she ordered her lover not only to pretend to be a cabinet maker and a joiner, but to work at his trade and to live by it. Partly in self-reproach, partly in admiration, she watched him going and coming to and from the brewery, where he now earned, thanks to Lord Jocelyn's intervention, the sum of a whole shilling an hour. For there was nothing in his bearing or his talk to show that he repented his decision. He was always cheerful, always of good courage, more, he was always in attendance on her. It was he who thought for her, invented plans to make her evenings attractive, brought raw lads, recruits in the army of culture, from the advanced club and elsewhere, and set them an example of good manners, and was her prime minister, her aide-de-camp, her chief vizier. And the end of it all, nay, the thing itself being so pleasant, why hasten the end? And if there was to be an end, could it not be connected with the opening of the palace? Yes, when the palace was ready to open its gates, then would Angela open her arms. For the moment it was the sweet twilight of love, the half-hour before the dawn, the sweet uncertainty when all was certainty, and as yet the palace was only just receiving its roof. The fittings and decorations, the organ and the statues and all, had still to be put in. When everything was ready, then Angela would somehow, perhaps, find words to bid her lover be happy if she could make him happy. There could be but one end. Angela came to Whitechapel incognito, a princess disguised as a milkmaid, partly out of curiosity, partly to try her little experiment for the good of work girls, with the gaiety and light heart of youth, thinking that before long she would return to her old place, just as she had left it. But she could not. Her old views of life were changed, and a man had changed them. More than that, a man whose society, whose strength, whose counsel had become necessary to her. Page 335. Who, she asked herself, would have thought of the palace except him? Could any woman? I could have given away money, that is all. I could have been robbed and cheated, but such an idea, so grand, so simple, it is a man's, not a woman's. When the palace is completed, when all is ready for the opening, then, and the air became musical with the clang and clash of wedding bells, up the scale, down the scale, in thirds, in fifths, with triple bob majors and the shouts of the people and the triumphant strains of a wedding march. How could there be any end but one? Seeing that not only did this young man present himself nearly every evening at the drawing room, when he was recognized as the director of ceremonies or the leader of the cotillion or deviser of sports, from an acting proverb to a madrigal, but that later the custom was firmly established that he and Angela should spend their Sundays together. When it rained, they went to church together and had readings in the drawing room in the afternoon, with perhaps a little concert in the evening of sacred music to which some of the girls would come. If the day was sunny and bright, there were many places where they might go, for the East is richer than the West in pretty and accessible country places. They would take the tram along the Mile End Road, past the delightful old church of Bow, to staring Stratford, with its fine town hall and its round dozen of churches and chapels, a town of 50,000 people and quite a genteel place, whose residents preserve the primitive custom of fetching the dinner beer themselves from its native public houses on Sunday after church. At Stratford, there are a good many ways open if you are a good walker, as Angela was. You may take the Romford Road, and presently turn to the left and find yourself in a grand old forest, only there is not much of it left, called Hainault Forest. When you have crossed the forest, you get to Chigwell, and then, if you are wise, you will take another 6 miles, as Angela and Harry generally did, and get to Epping, where the toothsome steak may be found, or haply the simple cold beef, not to be despised after a 15 miles walk, and so home by tram. Or you, PG 336, may take the northern road at Stratford, and walk through Leytonstone and Woodford, and, leaving Epping Forest on the right, walk along the bank of the River Lea till you come to Waltham Abbey, where there is a church to be seen, and a cross and other marvels. Or you may go still further afield and take train all the way to Ware, and walk through country roads and pleasant lanes, if you have a map, to stately Hatfield and on to St. Albans. But do not try to dine there, even if you are only 21 and a girl. All these walks and many more were taken by Angela with her companion on that blessed day, which should be spent for good of body as well as soul. They are walks which are beautiful in the winter as well as in the summer. Though the trees are leafless, there is an underwood faintly colored with its winter tint of purple, and there are stretches of springy turf and bushes hung with catkins, and above all, there was nobody in the forest or on the roads except Angela and Harry. Sometimes night fell on them when they were 3 or 4 miles from Epping. Then, as they walked in the twilight, the trees on either hand silently glided past them like ghosts, and the mist rose and made things look shadowy and large, and the sense of an endless pilgrimage fell upon them, as if they would always go on like this, side by side. Then their hearts would glow within them, and they would talk, and the girl would think it no shame to reveal the secret thoughts of her heart, although the man with her was not her accepted lover. As for her reputation, where was it? Not gone, indeed, because no one among her old friends knew of these walks and this companionship, but in grievous peril. Or when the day was cloudy, there was the city. I declare there is no place which contains more delightful walks for a cloudy Sunday forenoon, when the clang of the bells has finished, and the scanty worshippers are in their places, and the sleepy sextons have shut the doors, than the streets and lanes of the old city. You must go as Harry did, provided with something of ancient lore, otherwise the most beautiful places will quite certainly be thrown away and lost for you. Take PG 337, that riverside walk from Billingsgate to Blackfriars. Why, here were the quays, the ports, the whole commerce of the city in the good old days. Here was Cold Herberg, that great many-gabled house, where Harry, Prince of Wales, carried on with Falstaff and his merry crew. Here was Queenhithe, here Dowgate with Walbrook, here Baynard's Castle, and close by the Tower of Montfichet, also a little to the north, 1,000 places dear to the antiquarian, even though they have pulled down so much. There is Tower Royal, where Richard II lodged his mother. There is the Church of Whittington, close by the place where his college stood. There are the precincts of Paul's and the famous Street of Cheap. Do people ever think what things have been done in Cheap? There is Austin Friars, with its grand old church now given to the Dutch, and its quiet city square, where only a few years ago lived Lettice Langton, of whom some of us have heard. There is Tower Hill, on which was the residence of Alderman Medlicott, guardian of Nellie Careley's, and west of Paul's, there is the place where once stood the house of Dr. Gregory Shovel, who received the orphan Kitty Playdell. But indeed, there is no end to the histories and associations of the city, and a man may give his life profitably to the mastery and mystery of its winding streets. Here they would wander in the quiet Sunday forenoon, while their footsteps echoed in the deserted street, and they would walk fearless in the middle of the road, while they talked of the great town and its million dwellers, who come like the birds in the morning and vanish like the birds in the evening. Or they would cross the river and wander up and down the quaint old town of Rotherhithe, or visit Southwark, the town of hops and malt, and all kinds of strange things, or Diptford, the deserted, or even Greenwich, and if it was rainy, they would go to church. There are a great many places of worship about Whitekapelle, and many forms of creed, from the Baptist to the man with the Beretta, and it would be difficult to select one which is more confident than another of possessing the real philosopher's stone, the thing for which we are always searching, the whole PG 338 truth, and everywhere church and chapel filled with the well-to-do and the respectable, and a sprinkling of the very poor, but of the working men, none. "Why have they all given up religion?" asked Angela. "Why should the workmen all over the world feel no need of religion if it were only the religious emotion?" Harry, who had answers ready for many questions, could find none for this. He asked his cousin Dick, but he could not tell. Personally, he said, he had something else to do, but if the women wanted to go to church they might, and so long as the parsons and priests did not meddle with him, he should not meddle with them. But these statements hardly seemed an answer to the question. Perhaps in Berlin or in Paris they could explain more clearly how this strange thing has come to pass. Chapter 37. Truth with Faithfulness. To possess pure truth, and to know it, is a thing which affects people in two ways, both of them uncomfortable to their fellow creatures. It impels some to go pointing out the purity of truth to the world at large, insisting upon it, dragging unwilling people along the road which leads to it, and dwelling upon the dangers which attend the neglect of so great a chance. Others it affects with a calm and comfortable sense of superiority. The latter was Rebecca's state of mind. To be a Seventh-day Independent was only 1 degree removed from belonging to the chosen people to begin with, and that there is but one chapel in all England where the truth reposes for a space as the Ark of the Covenant reposed in Shiloh, in curtains, is, if you please, a thing to be proud of. It brings with it elevation of soul. There is at present, whatever there may once have been, no proselytizing zeal about the Seventh-day Independents. They are, in fact, a torpid body. They are PG 339 contented with the conviction, a very comforting one, and possessed by other creeds besides their own, that sooner or later the whole world will embrace their faith. Perhaps the Jews look forward to a day when, in addition to the restoration which they profess to desire, all mankind will become proselytes in the court of the Gentiles. It is something little short of this that the congregation of Seventh-day Independents expect in the dim future. What a splendid, what a magnificent field for glory, call it not vain, glory, does this conviction present to the humble believer. There are, again, so very few of them that each one may feel himself a visible pillar of the Catholic Church, bearing on his shoulders a perceptible and measurable quantity of weight. Each is an atlas. It is, moreover, pleasing to read the Holy Scriptures, especially the books of the prophets, as written especially for a connection which numbers just 1 chapel in Great Britain and 7 in the United States. How grand is the name of Catholic applied to just 1 church. Catholicity is as yet all to come, and exists only as a germ or seedling. The early Christians may have experienced the same delight. Rebecca, best and most careful of shopwomen and accountants, showed her religious superiority more by the silence of contempt than by zeal for conversion. When Captain Tom Coppin, for instance, was preaching to the girls, she went on with her figures, casting up, ruling in red ink, carrying forward in methodical fashion, as if his words could not possibly have any concern with her. And when a church bell rang or any words were spoken about other forms of worship, she became suddenly deaf and blind and cold. But she entreated Angela to attend their services. "We want everybody to come," she said. "We only ask for a single hearing. Come and hear my father preach." She believed in the faith of the seventh day. As for her father, when a man is paid to advocate the cause of an eccentric or a ridiculous form of belief, when he has to plead that cause week by week to the same slender following, to prop up the limp, and to keep together his small body of believers, when he has to maintain a show of hopefulness, to strengthen the wavering, to PG 340 confirm the strong, to encourage his sheep in confidence, when he gets too old for anything else, and his daily bread depends upon this creed and no other, who shall say what, after a while, that man believes or does not believe? Red-hot words fall from his lips, but they fall equally red-hot each week. His arguments are conclusive, but they were equally conclusive last week. His logic is irresistible. His encouragement is warm and glowing, but logic and encouragement alike are those of last week and many weeks ago. Surely, surely there is no worse fate possible for any man than to preach, week by week, any form whatever of dogmatic belief, and to live by it. Surely, nothing can be more deadly than to simulate zeal, to suppress doubt, to pretend certainty. But this is dangerous ground, because others besides Seventh-day Independents may feel that they are upon it, and that beneath them are quagmires. "Come," said Rebecca, "we want nothing but a fair hearing." Their chapel was endowed, which doubtless helped the flock to keep together. It had £110 a year belonging to it, and a little house for the minister, and there were scanty pew rents, which almost paid for the maintenance of the fabric and the old woman who cleaned the windows and dusted the pews. If the Reverend Percival Hermitage gave up that chapel, he would have no means of subsistence at all. Let us not impute motives. No doubt he firmly believed what he taught, but his words, like his creed, were stereotyped. They had long ceased to be persuasive. They now served only to preserve. If Angela had accepted that invitation for any given day, there would have been, she knew very well, a sermon for the occasion, conceived, written, and argued out expressly for herself. And this she did not want. Therefore, she said nothing at all of her intentions, but chose one Saturday when there was little doing, and she could spare a forenoon for her visit. The chapel of the Seventh-day Independents stands at Redmond's Lane, close to the advanced clubhouse. It is a structure extremely plain and modest in design. It was built by an architect who entertained humble views. Perhaps he was a churchman, concerning the PG 341 possible extension of the connection, because the whole chapel, if quite filled, would not hold more than 200 people. The front, or facade, is flat, consisting of a surface of grey brick wall, with a door in the middle and two circular windows, one on each side. Over the door there are two dates, one of erection, the other of restoration. The chapel within is a well-proportioned room, with a neat gallery running round three sides, resting on low pillars, and painted a warm and cheerful drab. The pews are painted of the same color. At the back are two windows with semicircular arches, and between the windows stands a small railed platform with a reading desk upon it for the minister. Beside it are high seats with cushions for elders or other ministers, if there should be any. But these seats have never been occupied in the memory of man. The pews are ranged in front of the platform, and they are of the old and high-backed kind. It is a truly wonderful thing that clergymen, priests, ministers, padres, rabbis, and church architects, with churchwardens, sidesmen, vergers, bishops, and chapel keepers of all persuasions, are agreed, whatever their other differences, in the unalterable conviction that it is impossible to be religious, that is, to attend services in a proper frame of mind, unless one is uncomfortable. Therefore we are offered a choice. We may sit in high-backed, narrow-seated pews, or we may sit on low-backed, narrow-seated benches, but sit in comfort we may not. The Seventh-day people have got the high-backed pew, which catches you on the shoulder blade and tries the backbone, and affects the brain, causing softening in the long run, and the narrow seat, which drags the muscles and brings on premature paralysis of the lower limbs. The equally narrow, low-backed bench produces injurious effects of a different kind, but similarly pernicious. How would it be to furnish one aisle, at least, of a church with broad, low, and comfortable chairs having arms? They should be reserved for the poor who have so few easy chairs of their own. Rightly managed and properly advertised, they might help toward a revival of religion among the working classes. Above the reading platform in the little chapel, they PG 342 have caused to be painted on the wall the 10 Commandments, the fourth emphasized in red, with a text or two, bearing on their distinctive doctrine, and in the corner is a little door leading to a little vestry, but as there are no vestments, its use is not apparent. As for the position taken by these people, it is perfectly logical and in fact impregnable. There is no answer to it. They say, here is the fourth commandment, all the rest you continue to observe. Why not this? When was it repealed, and by whom? If you put these questions to bishop or presbyter, he has no reply, because that law has never been repealed. Yet as the people of the connection complain, though they have reason and logic on their side, the outside world will not listen, and go on breaking the commandment with a light and unthinking heart. It is a dreadful responsibility, albeit a grand thing, to be in possession of so simple a truth of such vast importance, and yet to get nobody ever to listen. The case is worse even than that of Daniel Fagg. Angela noted all these things as she entered the little chapel a short time after the service had commenced. It was bewildering to step out of the noisy streets, where the current of Saturday morning was at flood, into this quiet room with its strange service and its strange flock of nonconformists. The thing, at first, felt like a dream. The people seemed like the ghosts of an unquiet mind. There were very few worshippers. She counted them all: 4 elderly men, 2 elderly women, 3 young men, 2 girls, one of whom was Rebecca, and 5 boys, 16 in all, and standing on the platform was their leader. Rebecca's father, the Rev. Percival Hermitage, was a shepherd who from choice led his flock gently along peaceful meadows and in shady, quiet places. He had no prophetic fire. He had evidently long since acquiesced in a certain fact that under him, at least, whatever it might do under others, the connection would not greatly increase. Perhaps he did not himself desire an increase, which would give him more work. Perhaps he never had much enthusiasm. The simple accident of birth, he was a Seventh-day Christian, PG 343 being of a bookish and unambitious turn, and of an indolent habit of body, mentally and physically unfitted for the life of a shop. He entered the ministry. In course of time he got this chapel, where he remained, tolerably satisfied with his lot in life. A simple, self-educated, mildly pious person, equipped with the phrases of his craft, and comforted with the consciousness of superiority and separation. He looked up from his book in gentle surprise when Angela entered the chapel. It was seldom that a stranger was seen there. Once, not long ago, there was a boy who had put his head in at the door and shouted, "Who?" and ran away again. Once there was a drunken sailor who thought it was a public house and sat down and began to sing and wouldn't go, and had to be shoved out by the united efforts of the whole small congregation. When he was gone, they sang an extra hymn to restore a religious calm, but never a young lady before. Angela took her seat amid the wondering looks of the people, and the minister went on in a perfunctory way with his prayers and his hymns and his exposition. There certainly did seem to an outsider a want of heart about the service, but that might have been due to the emptiness of the pews. When it came to the sermon, Angela thought the preacher spoke and looked as if the limit of endurance had at last almost arrived, and he would not much longer endure the inexpressible dreariness of the conventicle. It was not so. He was always mildly sad. He seemed always a little bored. It was no use pretending to be eloquent any more. Fireworks were thrown away. And as for what he had to say, the congregation always had the same thing, looked for the same thing, and would have risen in revolt at the suggestion of a new thing. His sermon was neither better nor worse than may be heard any day in church or chapel, nor was there anything in it to distinguish it from the sermons of any other body of Christians. The outsider left off listening and began to think of the congregation. In the pew with her was a man of 60 or so, with long black hair streaked with gray, brushed back behind his ears. He was devout and followed the prayers audibly, and sang the hymns out of a manuscript music book, and read the text critically. His face was the face of a PG 344 bulldog for resolution. The man, she thought, would enjoy going to the stake for his opinions, and if the Seventh-day Independence were to be made the national established church, he would secede the week after and make a new sect, if only by himself. Such men are not happy under authority. Their freedom of thought is as the breath of their nostrils, and they cannot think like other people. He was not well dressed, and was probably a shoemaker or some such craftsman. In front of her sat a family of 3. The wife was attired in a sealskin rich and valuable, and the son, a young man of 1 or 2 and 20, had the dress and appearance of a gentleman, that is to say, of what passes for such in common city parlance. What did these people do in such a place? Yet they were evidently of the religion. Then she noticed a widow and her boy. The widow was not young. Probably, Angela thought, she had married late in life. Her lips were thin and her face was stern. The boy, thought Angela, will have the doctrine administered with faithfulness. Only 16 altogether, yet all, except the pastor, seemed to be grimly in earnest and inordinately proud of their sect. It was as if the emptiness of their benches and their forsaken condition called upon them to put on a greater show of zeal and to persuade themselves that the cause was worth fighting for. The preacher alone seemed to have lost heart, but his people, who were accustomed to him, did not notice this despondency. Then Angela, while the sermon went slowly on, began to speculate on the conditions belonging to such a sect. First of all, with the apparent exception of the lady in sealskin and her husband and son, the whole 16, perhaps another 2 or 3 were prevented from attending, were of quite the lower middle class. They belonged to the great stratum of society whose ignorance is as profound as their arguments are loud. But the uncomfortableness of it, they can do no work on the Saturday, neither their manservant nor their maidservant. Their shops are closed and their tools put aside. They lose a 6th part of the working time. The followers of this creed are as much separated from their fellows as the Jews. On the Sunday they may work if they please, but on that day all the world is at pg 345 church or at play. Angela looked round again. Yes, the whole 16 had upon their faces the look of pride. They were proud of being separated. It was a distinction, just as it is to be a Samaritan, who would not be one of the recipients, however few they be in number, of truth. And what a grand thing, what an inspiriting thing it is to feel that some day or other, perhaps not today nor tomorrow, nor in one's lifetime at all, the whole world will rally round the poor little obscure banner, and shout all together, with voice of thunder, the battle cry which now sounds no louder than a puny whistle-pipe. Yet on the whole, Angela felt it must be an uncomfortable creed. Better be one of the undistinguished crowd which flocks to the parish church and yearns not for any distinction at all. Then the sermon ended, and they sang another hymn. The collection in use was a volume printed in New York and compiled by the Committee of the Connection, so that there were manifestly congregations on the other side of the Atlantic living in the same discomfort of separation. At the departure of the people, Rebecca hurried out first and waited in the doorway to greet Angela. "I knew you would come some day," she said, "but oh, I wish you had told me when you were coming, so that Father might have given one of his doctrine sermons. What we had today was one of the comfortable discourses to the professed members of the church, which we all love so much. I am so sorry. Oh, he would convince you in 10 minutes. "But Rebecca," said Angela, "I should be sorry to have seen your service otherwise than usual. Tell me, does the congregation today represent all your strength?" Rebecca colored. She could not deny that they were, numerically, a feeble folk. "We rely," she said, "on the strength of our cause, and someday, oh, someday, the world will rally round us. See, Miss Kennedy, here is Father. When he has said goodbye to the people, he was talking to a lady in sealskin, he will come and speak to us." "I suppose," said Angela, "that this lady is a member of your chapel." Page 346. "Yes," Rebecca whispered. "Oh, they are quite rich people, the only rich people we have. They live at Leytonstone, they made their money in the bookbinding, and are consistent Christians. Father," for at this moment Mr. Hermitage left his rich followers in the porch, "this is Miss Kennedy, of whom you have heard so much." Mr. Hermitage took her hand with a weary smile and asked Rebecca if Miss Kennedy would come home with her. They lived in a small house next door to the chapel. It was so small that there was but one sitting room, and this was filled with books. "Father likes to sit here," said Rebecca, "by himself all day. He is quite happy if he is let alone. Sometimes, however, he has to go to Leytonstone. To the rich people. Yes, Rebecca looked troubled. A minister must visit his flock, you know, and if they were to leave us it would be bad for us, because the endowment is only £110 a year, and out of that the church and the house have got to be kept in repair. However, a clergyman must not be dictated to, and I tell father he should go his own way and preach his own sermons. Whatever people say, truth must not be hidden away as if we were ashamed of it. Hush, here he is. The good man welcomed Angela and said some simple words of gratitude about her reception of his daughter. He had a good face, but he wore an anxious expression as if something was always on his mind, and he sighed when he sat down at his table. Angela stayed for half an hour, but the minister said nothing more to her. Only when she rose to go he murmured with another heavy sigh, "There's an afternoon service at 3. It is quite impossible to say whether he intended this announcement as an invitation to Angela, or whether it was a complaint, wrung from a heavy heart, of a trouble almost intolerable. Page 347. Chapter 38. I am the dressmaker. It happened on this very same Saturday that Lord Jocelyn, feeling a little low and craving for speech with his ward, resolved that he would pay a personal visit to him in his own den, where, no doubt, he would find him girt with a fair white apron and crowned with brown paper, proudly standing among a lot of his brother workmen, glorious fellows, and up to his knees in shavings. It is easy to take a cab and tell the driver to go to the Mile End Road. Had Lord Jocelyn taken more prudent counsel with himself, he would have bidden him drive straight to Messenger's Brewery. But he got down where the Whitechapel Road ends and the Mile End Road begins, thinking that he would find his way to the brewery with the greatest ease. First, however, he asked the way of a lady with a basket on her arm. It was, in fact, Mrs. Bormalac going a-marketing and anxious about the price of greens, and he received a reply so minute, exact, and bewildering that he felt, as he plunged into the labyrinthine streets of Stepney, like one who dives into the dark and devious ways of the catacombs. First of all, of course, he lost himself, but as the place was strange to him, and a strange place is always curious, he walked along in great contentment. Nothing remarkable in the streets and houses unless, perhaps, the entire absence of anything to denote inequality of wealth and position, so that, he thought with satisfaction, the happy residents in Stepney all receive the same salaries and make the same income, contribute the same amount to the tax collectors, and pay the same rent. A beautiful continuity of sameness, a divine monotony realizing partially the dreams of the socialist. Presently he came upon a great building which seemed rapidly approaching completion. Not a beautiful building, but solid, big, well-proportioned, and constructed of real red brick, and without the Queen Anne conceits which mostly go with that material. It was so PG 348 large, and so well built that it was evidently intended for some special purpose, a purpose of magnitude and responsibility, requiring capital, not a factory, because the windows were large and evidently belonged to great halls, and there were none of the little windows in rows which factories must have in the nature of things, not a prison, because prisons are parsimonious to a fault in the matter of external windows, nor a school, yet it might be a school. Then, how should so great a school be built in Stepney? It might be a superior almshouse or union, yet this could hardly be. While Lord Jocelyn looked at the building, a working man lounged along, presumably an out-of-working man, with his hands in his pockets and kicking stray stones in the road, which is a sign of the penniless pocket, because he who yet can boast the splendid shilling does not slouch as he goes or kick stones in the road, but holds his head erect and anticipates with pleasure 6 half-pints in the immediate future. Lord Jocelyn asked that industrious idle, or idle industrious, if he knew the object of the building. The man replied that he did not know the object of the building, and to make it quite manifest that he really did not know, he put an adjective before the word object, and another, that is, the same, before the word building. With that he passed upon his way, and Lord Jocelyn was left marveling at the slender resources of our language, which makes one adjective do duty for so many qualifications. Presently he came suddenly upon Stepney Church, which is a landmark or initial point, like the man on the chair in the maze of Hampton Court. Here he again asked his way, and then, After finding it and losing it again 6 times more, and being generally treated with contumely for not knowing so simple a thing, he found himself actually at the gates of the brewery, which he might have reached in 5 minutes had he gone the shortest way. So, he said, this is the property of that remarkably beautiful girl, Miss Messenger, who could wish to start better. She is young, she is charming, she is queenly, she is fabulously rich, she is clever, she is… Ah, if only Harry had met her before he became an ass. Page 349. He passed the gate and entered the courtyard, at one side of which he saw a door on which was painted the word office. The brewery was conservative. What was now a hive of clerks and writers was known by the same name and stood upon the same spot as the little room built by itself in the open court in which King Messenger I, the inventor of the entire, had transacted by himself, having no clerks at all, the whole business of the infant brewery for his great invention. Lord Jocelyn pushed open the door and stood irresolute, looking about him. A clerk advanced and asked his business. Lord Jocelyn was the most polite and considerate of men. He took off his hat, humbly bowed, and presented his card. "I am most sorry to give trouble," he said. "I came to see." "Certainly, my lord." The clerk, having been introduced to Lord Davenant, was no longer afraid of tackling a title, however grand, and would have been pleased to show his familiarity with the great even to a royal highness. "Certainty, my lord. If your lordship will be so good as to write your lordship's name in the visitor's book, a guide shall take your lordship round the brewery immediately." "Thank you, I do not wish to see the brewery," said the visitor. "I came to see a young man who, I believe, works in this establishment. His name is Goslet." "Oh," replied the clerk, taken aback, "Goslet? Can anyone," he asked generally of the room he had just left, "tell me whether there's a man working here named Goslet?" Josephus, for it was the junior's room, knew, and indicated the place and man. "If, my lord," said the clerk, loath to separate himself from nobility, "your lordship will be good enough to follow me, I can take your lordship to the man your lordship wants. Quite a common man, my lord, quite. A joiner and carpenter, but if your lordship wants to see him." He led Lord Jocelyn across the court, and left him at the door of Harry's workshop. It was not a great room with benches, and piles of page 350 shavings, and a number of men. Not at all. There were racks with tools, a bench, and a lathe. There were pieces of furniture about waiting repair. There was an unfinished cabinet with delicate carved work, which Lord Jocelyn recognized at once as the handiwork of his boy, and the boy himself stood in the room, his coat off and his cuffs turned up, contemplating the cabinet. It is one of the privileges of the trade that it allows, nay, requires, a good deal of contemplation. Presently Harry turned his head and saw his guardian standing in the doorway. He greeted him cheerfully and led him into the room, where he found a chair with 4 legs and begged him to sit down and talk. "You like it, Harry?" Harry laughed. "Why not?" he said. "You see, I am independent practically. They pay me pretty well according to the work that comes in. Plain work, you see, joiner's work." Yes, I see. But how long, my boy, how long?" "Well, sir, I cannot say. Why, not all my life." Lord Jocelyn groaned. "I admit," said Harry, "that if things were different I should have gone back to you long ago. But now I cannot, unless—" "Unless what?" "Unless the girl who keeps me here goes away herself, or bids me go." "Then you are really engaged to the dress, I mean, the young lady?" "No, I am not, nor has she shown the least sign of accepting me, yet I am her devoted and humble servant." "Is she a witch, this woman? Good heavens, Harry, can you, who have associated with the most beautiful and best-bred women in the world, be so infatuated about a dressmaker?" "It is strange, is it not? But it is true. The thought of her fills my mind day and night. I see her constantly. There is never one word of love, but she knows already without that word." "Strange, indeed," repeated Lord Jocelyn, "but at page 351 will pass. You will awake, and find yourself again in your right mind, Harry." He shook his head. "From this madness," he said, "I shall never recover, for it is my life. Whatever happens, I am her servant." "It is incomprehensible," replied his guardian. "You were always chivalrous in your ideas of women. They are unusual in young men of the present day, but they used to sit well upon you. Then, however, your ideal was a lady." "It is a lady still," said the lover, "and yet a dressmaker. How this can be, I do not know, but it is. In the old days men became the servants of ladies. I know now what a good custom it was, and how salutary to the men. Petty Jehan de Sainter, in his early days, had the best of all possible training. But if Petty Jehan had lived at Stepney, then there is another thing, the life here is useful. You now tinker chairs and get paid $1 an hour. Formerly, you made dainty, carved workboxes and fans and pretty things for ladies and got paid by their thanks. Which is the more useful life? It is not the work I am thinking of, it is the— Do you remember what I said the last time I saw you? Perfectly, about your fellow creatures, was it not? My dear Harry, it seems to me as if our fellow men get on very well in their own way without our interference. Yes, that is to say, no, they are all getting on as badly as possible, and somehow I want, before I go away, to find out what it is they want. They don't know, and how they should set about getting it, if it is to be got, as I think it is. You will not think me a prig, sir." "You will never be a prig, Harry, under any circumstances. Does, then, the lady of your worship approve of this study of humanity?" "Perfectly. If this lady did not approve of it, I should not be engaged upon it. Harry, will you take me to see this goddess of Stepney Green? It is there, I believe, that she resides." Page 352. "Yes, I would rather not." Yet the young man hesitated for a moment. "Miss Kennedy thinks that I have always been a working man. I would not undeceive her yet. I would rather she did not know that I have given up, for her sake, such a man as you and such companionship as yours." He held out both his hands to his guardian, and his eyes for a moment were dim. Lord Jocelyn made no reply for a moment. Then he cleared his throat and said he must go, asked Harry rather piteously could he do nothing for him at all, and made slowly for the door. The clerk who received the distinguished visitor was standing at the door of the office, waiting for another glimpse of the noble and illustrious personage. Presently he came back and reported that his lordship had crossed the yard on the arm of the young man called Goslet, and that on parting with him he had shaken him by the hand and called him "my boy." Whereat many marveled, and the thing was a stumbling block. But Josephus said it was not at all unusual for members of his family to be singled out by the great for high positions of trust, that his own father had been churchwarden of Stepney, and he was a far-off cousin of Miss Messenger's, and that he could himself have been by this time superintendent of his Sunday school if it had not been for his misfortunes. Presently, the thing was told to the chief accountant, who told it to the chief brewer, and if there had been a chief baker, one knows not what would have happened. Lord Jocelyn walked slowly away in the direction of Stepney Green. She lived there, did she? Oh, and her name was Miss Kennedy. Ah, and a man, by calling upon her, might see her. Very good, he would call. He would say that he was the guardian of Harry, and that he took a warm interest in him, and that the boy was pining away, which was not true, and that he called to know if Miss Kennedy as a friend would divine the cause, which was crafty. Quite a little domestic drama he made up in his own mind, which would have done beautifully had it not been completely shattered by the surprising things which happened, as will immediately be seen. Page 353. Presently he arrived at Stepney Green and stopped to look about him. A quiet, George III-looking place, with many good and solid houses, and a narrow strip of garden running down the middle. In which of these houses did Miss Kennedy dwell? There came along the asphalt walk an old man. He was feeble and tottered as he went. He wore a black silk stock and a buttoned-up frock coat. His face was wrinkled and creased. It was, in fact, Mr. Maliphant going rather late, because he had fallen asleep by the fire to protect the property. Lord Jocelyn asked him politely if he would tell him where Miss Kennedy lived. The patriarch looked up, laughed joyously, and shook his head. Then he said something inaudibly, but his lips moved, and then pointing to a large house on the right, he said aloud, "Caroline Coppin's house it was, she that married Sergeant Goslet. Mr. Messenger, whose grandmother was a Coppin, and a good old Whiteacapel family, had the deeds. My memory is not so good as usual this morning, young man, or I could tell you who had the house before Caroline's father, but I think it was old Mr. Messenger, because the young man who died the other day and was only a year or two older than me was born there himself." Then he went on his way, laughing and wagging his head. "That is a wonderful old man," said Lord Jocelyn. "Caroline Coppin's house, that is, Harry's mother's house. Pity she couldn't keep it for her son. The sergeant was a thrifty man too. Here is another native, let us try him." This time it was Daniel Fagg, and in one of his despondent moods, because none of the promised proofs had arrived. "Can you tell me, sir," asked Lord Jocelyn, "where Miss Kennedy lives?" The native, who had sandy hair and a grey beard and immense sandy eyebrows, turned upon him fiercely, shaking a long finger in his face, as if it was a sword. "Mind you," he growled, "Miss Kennedy's the only man among you. You talk of your scholars, jealousy and envy, but I've remembered her page 354. Posterity shall know her when the head of the Egyptian department is dead and forgot." "Thank you," said Lord Jocelyn, as the man left him. "I am likely to be forwarded at this rate." He tried again. This time it happened to be none other than Mr. Bunker. The events of the last few weeks were preying upon his mind. He thought continually of handcuffs and prisons. He was nervous and agitated. But he replied courteously and pointed out the house. "Ah," said Lord Jocelyn, "that is the house which an old man, whom I have just asked, said was Caroline Coppin's." "Old man, what old man?" Mr. Bunker turned pale. It seemed as if the atmosphere itself was full of dangers. "Whose was whose? That whose, sir, is mine, do you hear?" Lord Jocelyn described the old man. In fact, he was yet within sight. "I know him," said Mr. Bunker. "He's mad, that old man, silly with age. Nobody minds him. That whose, sir, is mine." "Oh, and you," for Lord Jocelyn now recollected him. "Are Mr. Bunker, are you? Do you remember me? Think, man." Mr. Bunker thought his hardest. But if you do not remember a man, you might as well stand on your head as begin to think. 20 years ago," said Lord Jocelyn, "I took away your nephew, who has now come back here." You did," cried Bunker eagerly. "Ah, sir, why did you let him come back here? A bad business, a bad business." "I came to see him today, perhaps to ask him why he stays here." "Take him away again, sir. Don't let him stay. Rocks ahead, sir." Mr. Bunker put up hands in warning. "When I see youth going to capsize on virtue, it makes my blood, as a Christian man, to curdle. Take him away." "Certainly it does you great credit, Mr. Bunker, as a Christian man, because curdled blood must be unpleasant. But what rocks?" Page 355. "A rock, one rock, a woman. In that ooze, sir, she lives. Her name is Miss Kennedy, that is what she calls herself. She's a dressmaker by trade, she says, and a captivator of foolish young men by nature. Don't go Annika. She may captivate you. Daniel Fagg made her an offer of marriage, and he's 60. He confessed it to me. She tried it on with me, but a man of principles is proof. The conjurer wanted to marry her. My nephew, Dick Coppin, is a fool about her." "She must be a very remarkable woman," said Lord Jocelyn. "As for that boy, Harry Goslet," Bunker uttered the name with an obvious effort, "he's further gone than all the rest put together. If it wasn't for her, he would go back to where he came from." "Ah, and where is that?" "Don't you know, then? You, the man who took him away, don't you know where he came from? Was it something very bad?" There was a look of eager malignity about the man's face. He wanted to hear something bad about his nephew. Lord Jocelyn encouraged him. "Perhaps I know, perhaps I do not." "A disgraceful story, no doubt," said Bunker with a pleased smile. "I dreaded the worst when I saw him with his white hands and his sneerin', fleerin' ways. I thought of Newgate and jailbirds. I did indeed at once. Oh, prophetic soul! Well, now we know the worst, and you had better take him away before all the world knows it. I shan't talk, of course." "Thank you, Mr. Bunker. And about this Miss Kennedy, is there anything against her except that the men fall in love with her?" "There is plenty against her, but I'm not the man to take away a woman's character. Reports are about her that would astonish you. If all secrets were known, we should find what a viper we've been cherishing. At the end of her year, out she goes of my ooze, bag and baggage, she goes, and wherever she goes, that boy'll go after her unless you prevent it. Thank you again, Mr. Bunker. Good morning. Angela, just returned from her chapel, was sitting page 356 at the window of the workroom in her usual place. She looked out upon the green now and again. Presently she saw Mr. Maliphant creep slowly along the pavement and observed that he stopped and spoke to a gentleman. Then she saw Daniel Fagg swinging his arms and gesticulating as he rehearsed to himself the story of his wrongs, and he stopped and spoke to the same man. Then she saw Mr. Bunker walking moodily on his way, and he stopped, too, and conversed with the stranger. Then he turned, and she saw his face. It was Lord Jocelyn Le Breton, and he was walking with intention toward her own door. She divined the truth in a moment. He was coming to see the dressmaker who had bewitched his boy. She whispered to Nellie that a gentleman was coming to see her who must be shown upstairs. She took refuge in the drawing-room, which was happily empty, and she awaited him with a beating heart. She heard his footsteps on the stairs, the door opened. She rose to meet him. "You here, Miss Messenger? This is, indeed, a surprise." "No, Lord Jocelyn," she replied, confused, yet trying to speak confidently. "In this house, if you please, I am not Miss Messenger. I am Miss Kennedy, the." Now she remembered exactly what her next words would mean to him, and she blushed violently. "I am the dressmaker." Chapter 39. Thrice Happy Boy. A man of the world at 45 seldom feels surprised at anything, unless, indeed, like Molière, he encounters virtue in unexpected quarters. This, however, was a thing so extraordinary that Lord Jocelyn gasped. "Pardon me, Miss Messenger," he said, recovering himself. "I was so totally unprepared for this discovery." Page 357. "Now that you have made it, Lord Jocelyn, may I ask you most earnestly to reveal it to no one? I mean no one at all." "I understand perfectly. Yes, Miss Messenger, I will keep your secret. Since it is a secret, I will tell it to none, but I would ask a favor in return, if I may." "What is that?" "Take me further into your confidence. Let me know why you have done this most wonderful thing. I hope I am not impertinent in asking this of you." "Not impertinent, certainly, and the thing must seem strange to you. And after what you told me some time ago about—" She hesitated a moment, and then turned her clear brown eyes straight upon his face. "About your ward, perhaps some explanation is due to you." "Thank you beforehand. First, however, call me Miss Kennedy here. Pray, do not forget that there is no Miss Messenger nearer than Portman Square." "I will try to remember." "I came here," she went on, "last July, having a certain problem in my mind. I have remained here ever since, working at that problem. It is not nearly worked out yet, nor do I think that in the longest life it could be worked out. It is a most wonderful problem, for one thing leads to another, and great schemes rise out of small, and there are hundreds of plans springing out of one, if I could only carry them out. To assist you in carrying them out, you have secured the services of my ward, I learn." "Yes, he has been very good to me." "I have never," said Lord Jocelyn, "been greatly tempted in the direction of philanthropy, but pray go on." "The first thing I came to establish was an association of dressmakers, myself being one. That is very simple. I have started them with a house free of rent and the necessary furniture, which I know is wrong because it introduces an unfair advantage, and we divide all the money in certain proportions. That is one thing." Page 358. "But my dear young lady, could you not have done this from Portman Square?" "I could, but not so well. To live here as a workwoman among other workwomen is, at least, to avoid the danger of being flattered, deceived, and paid court to. I was a most insignificant person when I came. I am now so far advanced that a great many employers of women's labor cordially detest me and would like to see my association ruined. Oh, Lord Jocelyn," she went on after a pause, you cannot know the dreadful dangers which a rich woman has to encounter. If I had come here in my own name, I should have been besieged by every plausible rogue who could catch my ear for half an hour. I should have all the clergy round me imploring help for their schools and their churches. I should have had every unmarried curate making love to me. I should have paid 10 times as much as anybody else, and worse than all, I should not have made a single friend. My sympathies, whenever I read the parable, are always with Dives, because he must have been so flattered and worshipped before his pride became intolerable. I see, all this you escaped by your assumption of the false name. Yes, I am one of themselves, one of the people. I have got my girls together. I have made them understand my project. They have become my fast and faithful friends. The better to inspire confidence, I even sheltered myself behind myself. I said Miss Messenger was interested in our success. She sends us orders. I went to the West End with things made up for her. Thanks mainly to her, we are flourishing. We work for shorter hours and for greater pay than other girls. I could already double my staff if I could only, which I shall soon, double the work. We have recreation, too, and we dine together, and in the evening we have singing and dancing. My girls have never before known any happiness. Now they have learned the happiness of quiet, at least, with a little of the culture, and some of the things which make rich people happy. Oh, would you have me go away and leave them, when I have taught these things of which they never dreamed PG 359 before? Should I send them back to the squalid house and the bare pittance again? Stay and take your luncheon with us when we dine, and ask yourself whether it would not be better for me to live here altogether, never to go back to the West End at all, than to go away and desert my girls. She was agitated because she spoke from her heart. She went on without waiting for any reply. If you knew the joyless lives, the hopeless days of these girls, if you could see their workrooms, if you knew what is meant by their long hours and their insufficient food, you would not wonder at my staying here. You would cry shame upon the rich woman so selfish as to spend her substance in idle follies, when she might have spent it upon her unfortunate sisters. I think, said Lord Jocelyn, that you are a very noble girl. Then there is another scheme of mine, a project so great and generous. Nay, I am not singing my own praises, believe me, that I can never get it out of my mind. This project, Lord Jocelyn, is due to your ward. Harry was always an ingenious youth, but pray tell me what it is. I cannot, she replied. When I put the project into words, they seem cold and feeble. They do not express the greatness of it. They would not rouse your enthusiasm. I could not make you understand in any degree the great hopes I have of this enterprise. And it is Harry's invention. Yes, his. All I have done is to find the money to carry it out. That is a good part of any enterprise, however. At this point, the bell rang. That is the first bell, said Angela. Now they lay down their work and scamper about, at least the younger ones do, for 10 minutes before dinner. Come with me to the dining room. Presently the girls came trooping in, 15 or so, with bright eyes and healthy cheeks. Some of them were pretty. One, Lord Jocelyn thought, of a peculiarly graceful and delicate type, though too fragile in appearance. This was Nellie Sorensen. She looked more PG 360 fragile than usual today, and there were black lines under her lustrous eyes. Another, whom Miss Kennedy called Rebecca, was good-looking in a different way, being sturdy, rosy-cheeked, and downright in her manner. Another, who would otherwise have been quite common in appearance, was made beautiful, almost, by the patient look which had followed years of suffering. She was a cripple. All their faces during the last few months had changed for the better. Not one among them all bore the expression which is described by the significant words bold and common. 6 months of daily drill and practice in good manners had abolished that look at any rate. The dinner was perfectly plain and simple, consisting of a piece of meat with plenty of vegetables and bread, and nothing else at all. But the meat was good and well cooked, and the service was on fair white linen. Moreover, Lord Jocelyn, sitting down in this strange company, observed that the girls behaved with great propriety. Soon after they began, the door opened, and a man came in. It was one of those to whom Lord Jocelyn had spoken on the green, the man with the bushy sandy eyebrows. He took his seat at the table and began to eat his food ravenously. Once he pushed his plate away as if in a temper and looked up as if he was going to complain. Then the girl they called Rebecca, she came to dinner on Saturdays so as to have the same advantages as the rest, though she did no work on that day, held up her forefinger and shook it at him, and he relapsed into silence. He was the only one who behaved badly, and Miss Kennedy made as if she had not seen. During the dinner, the girls talked freely among themselves without any of the giggling and whispering which, in some circles, is considered good manners. They all treated Miss Kennedy with great respect, though she was only one workwoman among the rest. Yet there was a great difference, and the girls knew it. Next to her, on her left, sat the pretty girl whom she called Nellie. When dinner was over, because it was Saturday, there was no more work. Some of the girls went into the drawing room to rest for an hour and read. Rebecca, PG 361, went home again to attend the afternoon service. Some went into the garden, although it was December, and began to play lawn tennis on the asphalt. The man with the eyebrows got up and glared moodily around from under those shaggy eyebrows and then vanished. Angela and Lord Jocelyn remained alone. "You have seen us," she said. "What do you think of us?" "I have nothing to say, and I do not know what to think. Your ward is our right hand. We women want a man to work for us always. It is his business, and his pleasure too, to help us to amuse ourselves. He finds diversions, he invents all kinds of things for us. Just now he is arranging tableaux and plays for Christmas." Is it, oh, Miss Kennedy, is it for the girls only?" "That is dangerous ground," she replied, but not severely. "Do you think we had better discuss the subject from that point of view?" "Poor boy," said Lord Jocelyn, "it is the point of view from which I must regard it." She blushed again, and her beautiful eyes grew limpid. "Do you think," she said, speaking low, "do you think I do not feel for him? Yet there is a cause, a sentiment, perhaps. The time is not quite come. Lord Jocelyn, be patient with me. You will take pity on him." "Oh," she took the hand he offered her, "if I can make him happy." "If not," replied Lord Jocelyn, kissing her hand, "he would be the most ungrateful dog in all the world. If not, he deserves to get nothing but a shilling an hour for the miserable balance of his days." "A shilling? No, let him go back to his tenpence. My dear young lady, you have made me at all events the happiest of men. No, do not fear. Neither by word nor look shall anyone know what you have been so very, very good, so generous, and so thoughtful as to tell me." "He loves me for myself," she murmured. "He does not know that I am rich. Think of that, and think of the terrible suspicions which grow up in every rich PG 362 woman's heart when a man makes love to her. Now I can never, never doubt his honesty. For my sake he has given up so much. For my sake, mine. Oh, why are men so good to women?" "No," said Lord Jocelyn. "Ask what men can ever do that they should be rewarded with the love and trust of such a woman as you?" "That is, indeed, a difficult question, seeing in what words the virtuous woman has been described by one who writes as if he ought to have known. As a pendant to the picture 'tis pity, 'tis great pity, we have not the eulogy of the virtuous man. But there never were any, perhaps." Lord Jocelyn stayed with Angela all the afternoon. They talked of many things, of Harry's boyhood, of his gentle and ready ways, of his many good qualities, and of Angela herself, her hopes and ambitions, and of their life at Bormalax. And Angela told Lord Jocelyn about her protégés, the claimants to the Davenant peerage, with the history of the rogue in grain, Saturday Davenant, and Lord Jocelyn promised to call upon them. It was 5 o'clock when she sent him away, with permission to come again. Now this, Lord Jocelyn felt, as he came away, was the most satisfactory, nay, the most delightful day that he had ever spent. That lucky rascal Harry, to think of this tremendous stroke of fortune, to fall in love with the richest heiress in England, to have that passion returned, to be about to marry the most charming, the most beautiful, the sweetest woman that had ever been made. Happy, thrice happy boy! What wonder now that he found tinkering chairs, in company, so to speak, with that incomparable woman, better than the soft divans of his club or the dinners and dances of society. What had he, Lord Jocelyn, to offer the lad in comparison with the delights of this strange and charming courtship? Page 363. Chapter 40. Sweet Nellie. In every love story there is always, though it is not always told, a secondary plot, the history of the man or woman who might have been left happy but for the wedding bells which peal for somebody else and end the tale. When these ring out, the hopes and dreams of someone else, for whom they do not ring, turn at last to dust and ashes. We are drawing near the church. We shall soon hear those bells. Let us spare a moment to speak of this tale untold, this dream of the morning, doomed to disappointment. It is only the dream of a foolish girl, She was young and ignorant. She was brought up in a school of hardship until the time when a gracious lady came to rescue her. She had experienced, outside the haven of rest, where her father was safely sheltered, only the buffets of a hard and cruel world, filled with greedy taskmasters who exacted the uttermost farthing in work and paid the humblest farthing for reward. More than this, she knew, and her father knew, that when his time came for exchanging that haven for the cemetery, she would have to fight the hard battle alone, being almost a friendless girl, too shrinking and timid to stand up for herself. Therefore, after her rescue, at first she was in the seventh heaven, nor did her gratitude and love toward her rescuer ever know any abatement. But there came a time when gratitude was called upon to contend with another feeling. From the very first, Harry's carriage toward Nellie was marked by sympathetic and brotherly affection. He really regarded this pretty creature, with her soft and winning ways, as a girl whom he could call by her Christian name and treat as one treats a sweet and charming child. She was clever at learning. Nobody, not even Miss Kennedy, danced better. She was docile. She was sweet-tempered and slow to say or think evil. She possessed naturally, Harry thought, but then he forgot that her father had commanded an East PG 364 Indiaman, a refinement of thought and manner far above the other girls. She caught readily the tone of her patron. She became in a few weeks, this young dressmaker, the faithful effigies of a lady under the instruction of Miss Kennedy, whom she watched and studied day by day. It was unfortunate that Harry continued to treat her as a child, because she was already a woman. Presently she began to think of him, to watch for him, to note his manner toward herself. Then she began to compare, and to watch his manner toward Miss Kennedy. Then she began to wonder if he was paying attention to Miss Kennedy, if they were engaged, if they had an understanding. She could find none. Miss Kennedy was always friendly toward him, but never more. He was always at her call, her faithful servant, like the rest of them, but no more. Remember that the respect and worship with which she regarded Miss Kennedy were unbounded, but Harry she did not regard as on the same level. No one was good enough for Miss Kennedy, and Harry, clever and bright and good as he seemed, was not too good for herself. They were a great deal together. All Nellie's evenings were spent in the drawing room. Harry was there every night. They read together, they talked and danced and sang together, and though the young man said no single word of love, he was always thoughtful for her in ways that she had never experienced before. Below a certain level, men are not thoughtful for women. The cheapeners of women's labor at the East End are not by any means thoughtful toward them. No one had ever considered Nellie at all, except her father. Need one say more? Need one explain how tender flowers of hope sprang up in this girl's heart and became her secret joy? This made her watchful, even jealous, and when a change came in Miss Kennedy's manner, it was after her first talk with Lord Jocelyn, when Nellie saw her color heighten and her eyes grow brighter when Harry appeared. A dreadful pain seized upon her, and she knew, without a word being spoken, that all was over PG 365 for her. For what was she compared with this glorious woman, beautiful as the day, sweet as a rose in June, full of accomplishments? How could any man regard her beside Miss Kennedy? How could any man think of any other woman when such a goddess had smiled upon him? In some stories, a girl who has had to beat down and crush the young blossoms of love goes through a great variety of performances, always in the same order. The despair of love demands that this order shall be obeyed. She turns white, she throws herself on her bed and weeps by herself and miserably owns that she loves him. She tells the transparent fib to her sister or mother. She has received a blow from which she never will recover. If she is religious, it brings her nearer to heaven. All this we have heard over and over again. Poor little Nellie knew nothing about her grander sisters in misfortune. She knew nothing of what is due to self-respect under similar circumstances. She only perceived that she had been foolish and tried to show as if that was not so. It was a make-believe of rather a sorry kind. When she was alone, she reproached herself. When she was with Miss Kennedy, she reproached herself. When she was with Harry, she reproached herself. Always herself to blame, no one else, and the immediate result was that her great limpid eyes were surrounded by dark rings and her cheeks grew thin. Perhaps there is no misfortune more common among women, especially among women of the better class, than that of disappointed hope. Girls who are hard worked in shops have no time, as a rule, to think of love at all. Love, like other gracious influences, does not come in their way. It is when leisure is arrived at, with sufficiency of food and comfort, of shelter and good clothing, that love begins. To most of Angela's girls, Harry Goslet was a creature far above their hopes or thoughts. It was pleasant to dance with him, to hear him play, to hear him talk, but he did not belong to them. It was not for nothing that their brothers called him Gentleman Jack. They were, in fact, common girls, although Angela, by the quiet and steady force of example, was introducing such innovations in the dressing of the hair, the PG 366 carriage of the person, and the style of garments, that they were rapidly becoming uncommon girls. But they occupied a position lower than that of Nellie, who was the daughter of a ship's captain now in the asylum, or of Rebecca, who was the daughter of a minister, and had the key to all truth. To Nellie, therefore, there came for a brief space this dream of love. It lasted, indeed, so brief a space, it had such slender foundations of reality, that when it vanished she ought to have let it go without a sigh, and have soon felt as if it never had come to her at all. This is difficult of accomplishment, even for women of strong nerves and good physique, but Nellie tried it and partially succeeded. That is, no one knew her secret except Angela, who divined it, having special reason for this insight, and Rebecca, who perhaps had also her own reasons, but she was a self-contained woman who kept her own secret. "She cannot," said Rebecca, watching Angela and Harry, who were walking together on the green, "she cannot marry anybody else. It is impossible." "But why," said Nellie, "why do they not tell us if they are to be married?" "There are many things," said Rebecca, "which Miss Kennedy does not tell us. She has never told us who she is or where she came from, or how she gets command of money, or how she knows Miss Messenger, or what she was before she came to us. Because, Nellie, you may be sure of one thing, that Miss Kennedy is a lady, born and bred. Not that I want to know more than she chooses to tell, and I am as certain of her goodness as I am certain of anything. And what this place will do for the girls if it succeeds, no one can tell. Miss Kennedy will tell us, perhaps, some day why she has come among us, pretending to be a dressmaker." "Oh," said Nellie, "what a thing for us that she did pretend. And oh, Rebecca, what a thing it would be if she were to leave off pretending, but she would never desert us, never." "No, she never would." Rebecca continued to watch them. "You see, Nellie, if she is a lady, he is a gentleman." PG 367. Nellie blushed, and then blushed again for very shame at having blushed at all. "Some gentlemen, I am told, take delight in turning girls' heads. He doesn't do that. Has he ever said a word to you that he shouldn't?" "No," said Nellie, "never." "Well, and he hasn't to me, though as for you, he goes about saying everywhere that you are the prettiest girl in Stepney, next to Miss Kennedy. And as for me and the rest, he has always been like a brother, and a good deal better than most brothers are to their sisters. Being a gentleman, I mean he is no match for you and me, who are real work girls, and there is nobody in the parish except Miss Kennedy for him. Yet he works for money." "So does she, my dear. I don't understand it. I never could understand it. Perhaps some day we shall know what it all means. There they are, making believe. They go on making believe and pretending, and they seem to enjoy it. Then they walk about together and play in words with each other, one pretending not to understand, and so on. Miss Kennedy says, but then I speak from hearsay, for I am only a dressmaker. And he says, so I read, because, of course, a cabinet maker can know nothing of these things. Mr. Bunker, who ought to be made to learn the Epistle of St. James by heart, says dreadful things of both of them, and one his own nephew, but what does he know? Nothing. But Rebecca, Mr. Goslet cannot be a very great gentleman if he is Mr. Bunker's nephew. His father was a sergeant in the army. He is a gentleman by education and training. Well, some day we shall learn more. Meantime, I for one am contented that they should marry. Are you, Nellie? I too, she replied, am contented if it will make Miss Kennedy happy. He is not convinced of the truth, said Rebecca, making her little sectarian reservation, but any woman who would want a better husband must be a fool. As for you and me, now after knowing these two, it will be best for us never to marry, rather than to marry one of the drinking, tobacco-smoking workmen who would have us. Page 368. Yes, said Nellie, much best. I shall never marry anybody. Certainly it was not likely that more young gentlemen would come their way. One Sunday evening, the girl, being alone with Miss Kennedy, took courage and dared to speak to her. In fact, it was Angela herself who began the talk. "Let us talk, Nellie," she began. "We are quite alone. Tell me, my dear, what is on your mind?" "Nothing," said Nellie. "Yes, there is something. Tell me what it is." "Oh, Miss Kennedy, I cannot tell you. It would be rudeness to speak of it." "There can be no rudeness, Nellie, between you and me. Tell me what you are thinking." Angela knew already what was in her mind, but after the fashion of her sex, she dissembled. The brutality of truth among the male sex is sometimes very painful, and yet we are so proud, some of us, of our earnest attachment to truth. "Oh, Miss Kennedy, can you not see that he is suffering?" Nellie, but she was not displeased. "He is getting thinner. He does not laugh as he used to, and he does not dance as much as he did. Oh, Miss Kennedy, can you not take pity on him?" "Nellie, you have not told me whom you mean." Nay, as with a sudden change of tone, she threw her arms about Nellie's neck and kissed her. "Nay, I know very well whom you mean, my dear. I have not offended you." "No, you have not offended me. But Nellie, answer me one question, answer it truthfully. Do you, from your own heart, wish me to take pity on him?" Nellie answered frankly and truthfully. "Yes, because how can I wish anything but what will make you happy? Oh, how can any of us help wishing that? And he is the only man who can make you happy, and he loves you. You want him to love me for my sake, for my own sake. Nellie, dear child, you humble me." But Nellie did not understand. She had secretly PG 369 offered up her humble sacrifice, her pair of turtle doves, and she knew not that her secret was known. "She loves him herself," Angela was thinking, "and she gives him up for my sake." "He is not," Nellie went on, as if she could by any words of hers persuade Angela, "he is not like any of the common workmen. See how he walks, and how independent he is, and he talks like a gentleman, and he can do all the things that gentlemen learn to do. Who is there among us all that he could look at, except you? Nellie, do not make me vain. As for you, Miss Kennedy, there is no man fit for you in all the world. You call yourself a dressmaker, but we know better. Oh, you are a lady, my father says so. He used to have great ladies sometimes on board his ship. He says that never was anyone like you for talk and manner. Oh, we don't ask your secret if you have one, only some of us, not I for one, are afraid that some day you will go away and never come back to us again. What should we do then?" "My dear, I shall not desert you. And if you marry him, you will remain with us. A lady should marry a gentleman, I know, she could not marry any common man. But you are, so you tell us, only a dressmaker. And he says only a cabinet maker, and Dick Coppin says that, though he can use the lathe, he knows nothing at all about the trade, not even how they talk, nor anything about them. If you two have secrets, Miss Kennedy, tell them to each other." "My secrets, if I have any, are very simple, Nellie, and very soon you shall know them. And as for his, I know them already." Angela was silent a while, thinking over this thing. Then she kissed the girl and whispered, "Patience yet a little while, dear Nellie, patience, and I will do, perhaps, what you desire." "Father," said Nellie, later on that night, sitting together by the fire, "Father, I spoke to Miss Kennedy tonight." "What did you speak to her about, my dear?" Page 370. "I told her that we knew, you and I, that she is a lady, whatever she may pretend." "That is quite true, Nellie." "And I said that Mr. Goslett is a gentleman, whatever he may pretend." "That may be true, even though he is not a gentleman born, but that's a very different thing, my dear." "Why is it different?" "Because there are many ladies who go about among poor people, but no gentlemen, unless it's the clergymen. Ladies seem to like it, they do it, however hard the work, for nothing, and all because it is their duty and an imitation of the Lord. Some of them go out nursing. I have told you how I took them out to Scutari. Some of them go, not a bit afraid, into the foul courts, and find out the worst creatures in the world and help them. Many of them give up their whole lives for the poor and miserable. My dear, there is nothing that a good woman will shrink from, no misery, no den of wickedness, nothing. Sometimes I think Miss Kennedy must be one of those women. Yes, she's got a little money, and she has come here to work in her own way among the people here." And Mr. Gaslit, father. Men don't do what women do. There may be something in what Mr. Bunker says, that he has reasons of his own for coming here and hiding himself. Oh, father, you don't mean it, and his own uncle too, to say such a thing. Yes, his own uncle. Mr. Gaslit certainly does belong to the place, though why Bunker should bear him so much malice is more than I can tell. And father, there is another reason why he should stay here. Nellie blushed and laughed merrily. What is that, my dear? Nellie kissed him and laughed again. It is your time for a pipe. Let me fill it for you. And the Sunday ration, here it is, and here is a light. Oh, father, to be a sailor so long and have no eyes in your head. What, he understood now. You mean Miss Kennedy. Nell, my dear, forgive me. I was thinking that perhaps you. Page 371. No, father, she replied hurriedly. That could never be. I want nothing but to stay on here with you and Miss Kennedy, who has been so good to us that we can never thank her enough, nor can we wish her too much joy. But please, never say that again. Her eyes filled with tears. Captain Sorensen took a book from the table. It was that book which so many people have constantly in their mouths, and yet it never seems to get into their hearts. The book which is so seldom read and so much commented upon. He turned it over till he found a certain passage beginning, "Who can find a virtuous woman?" He read this right through to the end. One passage, "She stretcheth out her hand to the poor. Yea, she reacheth forth her hands unto the needy," he read twice, and the last line, "Let her own works praise her in the gates," he read 3 times. My dear, he concluded, to pleasure Miss Kennedy you would do more than give up a lover, aye, and with a cheerful heart. Chapter 41. Boxing Night. Let us keep Christmas, said Angela, with something like original treatment. We will not dance, because we do that nearly every night. Let us, said Harry, dress up and act. What were they to act? That he would find for them. How were they to dress? That they would have to find for themselves. The feature of the Christmas festival was that they were to be mummers, and that there was to be mummicking, and of course there would be a little feasting, and perhaps a little singing. We must have just such a program, said Angela to their master of ceremonies, as if you were preparing it for the Palace of Delight. This is the only Palace of Delight, said Harry, that we shall ever see. For my own part I desire no other. Page 372. But you know we are going to have another one, much larger than this little place. Have you forgotten all your projects? Harry laughed. It was strange how persistently Miss Kennedy returned to the subject again and again, how seriously she talked about it, how she dwelt upon it. We must have, she continued, sports which will cost nothing, with dresses which we can make for ourselves. Of course we must have guests to witness them. Guests cost money, said Harry, but of course, in a Palace of Delight money must not be considered. That would be treason to your principles. We shall not give our guests anything except the cold remains of the Christmas dinner. As for champagne, we can make our own with a few lemons and a little sugar. Do not forbid us to invite an audience. Fortunately, a present which arrived from their patron, Miss Messenger, the day before Christmas Day, enabled them to give their guests a substantial supper, at no cost whatever. The present took the form of several hampers, addressed to Miss Kennedy, with a note from the donor conveying her love to the girls and best wishes for the next year, when she hoped to make their acquaintance. The hampers contained turkeys, sausages, ducks, geese, hams, tongues, and the like. Meantime, Harry, as stage manager and dramatist, had devised the tableaux, and the girls between them had devised the dresses from a book of costumes. Christmas Day, as everybody remembers, fell last year on a Sunday. This gave the girls the whole of Saturday afternoon and evening, with Monday morning for the conversion of the trying-on room into the stage and the showroom for the audience. But the rehearsals took a fortnight, for some of the girls were stupid and some were shy, though all were willing to learn and Harry was patient. Besides, there was the chance of wearing the most beautiful dresses, and no one was left out. In the allegory, a pastoral, invented by their manager, there was a part for everyone. The gift of Miss Messenger made it possible to have 2 sets of guests. One set, consisting of the girls' female relations and a few private friends, of Miss PG 373 Kennedys who lived and suffered in the neighborhood for the Christmas dinner held on Monday. And the other set was carefully chosen from a long list of the select audience in the evening. Among them were Dick and his friend, the ex-chartist cobbler, and a few leading spirits of the advanced club. They wanted an audience who would read between the lines. The 26th day of last December was, in the neighborhood of Stepney, dull and overcast. It promised to be a day of rebuke for all quiet folk, because it was a general holiday, one of those 4 terrible days when the people flock in droves to favorite haunts if it is in the summer, or hang about public houses if it is winter, when, in the evening, the air is hideous with the shouts of those who roll about the pavements. A day when even Camus and his rabble-rout are fain to go home for fear of being hustled and evilly treated by the holiday-makers of famous London town. A day when the peaceful and the pious, the temperate and the timid, stay at home. But to Angela, it was a great day, sweet and precious, to use the language of an ancient Puritan and modern prig, because it was the first attempt toward the realization of her great dream, because her girls on this night for the first time showed the fruits of her training in the way they played their parts, their quiet bearing, and their new refinement. After the performances of this evening, she looked forward with confidence to her palace. The day began, then, at past with the big dinner. All the girls could bring their mothers, sisters, and female relations generally, who were informed that Miss Messenger, the mysterious person who interfered perpetually like a goddess out of a machine, with some new gift or some device for their advantage, was the giver of the feast. It was a good and ample Christmas dinner served in the long workroom by Angela and the girls themselves. There were the turkeys of the hamper, roasted with sausages, and roast beef and roast fowls, and roast geese and roast pork, with an immense supply of the vegetables dear to London people. And after this first course, there were plum pudding and mince pies. Messenger's ale, with the stout so much recommended PG 374 by Bunker, flowed freely, and after dinner, there was handed to each a glass of port. None but women and children, no boy over 8 being allowed, were present at the feast, and when it was over most of the women got up and went away, not without some little talk with Angela and some present in kind from the benevolent Miss Messenger. Then they cleared all away and set out the tables again with the same provisions for the supper in the evening, at which there would be hungry men. All the afternoon they spent in completing their arrangements. The guests began to arrive at 5. The music was supplied by Angela herself, who did not act, with Captain Sorensen and Harry. The piano was brought downstairs and stood in the hall outside the trying-on room. The performance was to commence at 6, but everybody had come long before 5:30. At 5:45, the little orchestra began to play the old English tunes dear to pantomimes. At the ringing of a bell, the music changed to a low, monotonous plaint, and the curtains slowly rose on the tableau. There was a large, bare, empty room. Its sole furniture was a table and 3 chairs. In one corner was a pile of shavings. Upon them sat, crouching with her knees drawn up, the pale and worn figure of a girl. Beside her were the crutches which showed that she was a cripple. Her white cheek was wasted and hollow. Her chin was thrust forward as if she was in suffering almost intolerable. During the tableau she moved not, save to swing slowly backward and forward upon the shavings which formed her bed. On the table, for it was night, was a candle in a ginger-beer bottle, and 2 girls sat at the table working hard. Their needles were running a race with starvation, their clothes were in rags, their hair was gathered up in careless knots, their cheeks were pale, they were pinched and cold and feeble with hunger and privation. Said one of the women present, "Twopence an hour they can make, poor things, poor things." "Dick," whispered the cobbler, "you make a note of it, I guess what's coming." PG 375. The spectators shivered with sympathy. They knew so well what it meant. Some of them had themselves dwelt amid these garrets of misery and suffering. Then voices were heard outside in the street singing. They were the waits, and they sang the joyful hymns of Christmas. When the working girls heard the singing, they paid no heed whatever, plying the needle fast and furiously, and the girl in the shavings paid no heed, slowly swinging to and fro in her pain and hunger. At the sight of this callous contempt, this disregard of the invitation to rejoice, as if there were neither hope nor joy for such as themselves, with only a mad desire to work for something to stay the dreadful pains of hunger. Some of the women among the spectators wept aloud. Then the waits went away, and there was silence again. Then one of the girls, it was Nellie, stopped and leaned back in her chair with her hand to her heart. The work fell from her lap upon the floor. She sprang to her feet, threw up her hands, and fell in a lifeless heap upon the floor. The other girl went on with her sewing, and the cripple went on swinging backward and forward, for they were all three so miserable that the misery of one could no more touch the other two. The curtain dropped. The tableau represented, of course, the girls who work for an employer. After 5 minutes it rose again. There were the same girls and others. They were sitting at work in a cheerful and well-furnished room. They were talking and laughing. The clock struck 6, and they laid aside their work, pushed back the table, and advanced to the front, singing all together. Their faces were bright and happy. They were well dressed. They looked well fed. There was no trouble among them at all. They chatted like singing birds. They ran and played. Then Captain Sorensen came in with his fiddle, and first he played a merry tune, at the sound of which the girls caught each other by the waist and fell to dancing the old Greek ring. Then he played a quadrille, and they danced that simple figure, and as if they liked it. And then he played a waltz, and they whirled round and round. Page 376. This was the labor of girls for themselves. Everybody understood perfectly what was meant without the waste of words. Some of the mothers present wiped their eyes and told their neighbors that this was no play acting, but the sweet and blessed truth, and that the joy was real, because the girls were working for themselves, and there were no naggings, no fines, no temper, no bullying, no long hours. After this there was a concert, which seemed a falling off in point of excitement, but it was pretty. Captain Sorensen played some rattling sea ditties, then Miss Kennedy and Mr. Goslet played a duet. Then the girls sang a madrigal in parts, so that it was wonderful to hear them, thinking how ignorant they were 6 months before. Then Miss Kennedy played a solo, and then the girls sang another song. By what magic, by what mystery were girls so transformed? Then the audience talked together and whispered that it was all the doing of that one girl, Miss Kennedy, who was believed by everybody to be a lady born and bred, but pretended to be a dressmaker. She it was who got the girls together, gave them the house, found work for them, arranged the time and duties, and paid them week by week for shorter hours, better wages. It was she who persuaded them to spend their evenings with her instead of trapezing about the streets, getting into mischief. It was she who taught them the singing and all manner of pretty things, and they were not spoiled by it, except that they would have nothing more to say to the rough lads and shop boys who had formerly paid them rude court and jested with them on Stepney Green. Uppish they certainly were. What mother would find fault with a girl for holding up her head and respecting herself? And as for manners, why, no one could tell what a difference there was. The Chartist looked on with a little suspicion at first, which gradually changed to the liveliest satisfaction. "Dick," he whispered to his friend and disciple, "I am sure that, if the working men like, they may find the swells their real friends. See, now we've got all the power. They can't take it from us. Very good then, who are the men we should suspect? Why, those who have got to pay the wages, the manufacturers, and PG 377 such. Not the swells. Make a note of that, Dick. It may be the best card you've got to play. 1,000 places such as this, planted all about England, started at first by a swell. Why, man, the working classes would have not only all the power but all the money. Oh, if I were 10 years younger, what are they going to do next?" The next thing they did pleased the women, but the men did not seem to care much about it, and the Chartist went on developing the new idea to Dick, who drank it all in, seeing that here, indeed, was a practical and attractive idea, even though it meant a new departure. But the preacher of a new doctrine has generally a better chance than one who only hammers away at an old one. The stage showed one figure, a beautiful girl, her hair bound in a fillet, clad in Greek dress, simple, flowing, graceful, stood upon a low pedestal. She was intended, it was none other than Nellie, to represent woman dressed as she should be. One after the other there advanced upon the stage and stood beside this statue, women dressed as women ought not to be. There they were, the hideous fashions of generations, the pinched waists, monstrous hats, high peaks, hoops and crinolines, hair piled up, hair stuffed out, jigget sleeves, high waists, tight skirts, bending walk, boots with high heels, an endless array. When Nellie got down from her pedestal and the show was over, Harry advanced to the front and made a little speech. He reminded his hearers that the association was only 6 months old. He begged them to consider what was its position now. To be sure, the girls had been started, and that, he said, was the great difficulty. But the start once made and prejudice removed, they found themselves with work to do, and they were now paying their own way and doing well. Before long they would be able to take in more hands. It was not all work with them, but there was plenty of play, as they knew. Meantime, the girls invited everybody to have supper with them, and after supper there would be a little dance. They stayed to supper, and they appreciated the gift of Miss Messenger. Then they had the little dance, PG 378, Dick Coppin now taking his part without shame. While the dancing went on, the chartist sat in the corner of the room, talking with Angela. When he went away, his heart, which was large and generous, burned within him, and he had visions of a time when the voices of the poor shall not be raised against the rich, nor the minds of the rich hardened against the poor. Perhaps he came unconsciously nearer to Christianity, this man who was a scoffer and an unbeliever, that night than he had ever before. To have faith in the future forms, indeed, a larger part of the Christian religion than some of us ever realize. And to believe in a single woman is one step, however small, toward believing in the divine man. Chapter 42. Not Josephus, but another. The attractions of a yard peopled with ghosts, discontented figureheads, and an old man are great at first, but not likely to be lasting if one does not personally see or converse with the ghosts, and if the old man becomes monotonous. We expect too much of old men. Considering their years, we think their recollections must be wonderful. One says, good heavens, Methuselah must recollect William the Conqueror and King John and Sir John Falstaff, to say nothing of the Battle of Waterloo. As a matter of fact, Methuselah generally remembers nothing except that where Cheapside now stands was once a green field. As for Shakespeare and Coleridge and Charles Lamb, he knows nothing whatever about them. You see, if he had taken so much interest in life as to care about things going on, he would very soon, like his contemporaries, have worn out the machine and would be lying, like them, in the grassy enclosure. Harry continued to go to the carver's yard for some time, but nothing more was to be learned from him. He knew the family history, however, by this time pretty well. The Coppins of Stepney, like all middle-class families, had experienced many ups and downs. They PG 379 had been churchwardens, they had been bankrupts, they had practiced many trades, and once there was a Coppin who died, leaving houses, 12 houses, 3 apiece to his children, a meritorious Coppin. Where were those houses now? Absorbed by the omnivorous Uncle Bunker. And how Uncle Bunker got those belonging to Caroline Coppin could not now be ascertained, except from Uncle Bunker himself. Everywhere there are scrapers and scatterers. The scrapers are few and the scatterers many. By what scatterer or what process of scattering did Caroline lose her houses? Meantime, Harry did not feel himself obliged to hold his tongue upon the subject, and everybody knew, before long, that something was going on likely to be prejudicial to Mr. Bunker. People whispered that Bunker was going to be caught out. This rumor lent to the unwilling agent some of the interest which attaches to a criminal. Some went so far as to say that they had always suspected him because he was so ostentatious in his honesty, and this is a safe thing to say because any person may be reasonably suspected, and if we did not suspect all the world, why the machinery of bolts and bars, keys and patent safes. But it is the wise man who suspects the right person, and it is the justly proud man who strikes an attitude and says, "What did I tell you?" As yet, however, the suspicions were vague. Bunker, for his part, though not generally a thin-skinned man, easily perceived that there was a change in the way he was received and regarded. People looked at him with marked interest in the streets. They turned their heads and looked after him. They talked about him as he approached. They smiled with meaning. Josephus Coppin met him one day and asked him why he would not tell his nephew how he obtained those 3 houses and what consideration he gave for them. He began, especially of an evening, over brandy and water, to make up mentally, over and over again, his own case, so that it might be presented at the right moment absolutely perfect and without a flaw. a paragon among cases. His nephew, whom he now regarded with a loathing almost lethal, was impudent enough to go about saying that he had got those houses PG 380 unlawfully. Was he? Very good. He would have such law as is to be had in England, for the humiliation, punishment, stamping out, and ruining of that nephew. If it cost him £500 he would. He should like to make his case public. He was not afraid, not a bit. Let all the world know. The more the story was known, the more would his contemporaries admire his beautiful and exemplary virtue, patience, and moderation. There were, he said, with the smile of benevolence and blush of modesty which so well become the good man, money transactions, between himself and his sister-in-law, especially after her marriage with a man who was a secret scatterer. These money matters had been partly squared by the transfer of the houses, which he took in part payment. The rest he forgave when Caroline died, and when, which showed his goodness in an electric light, he took over the boy to bring him up to some honest trade, though he was a beggar. Where were the proofs of those transactions? Unfortunately, they were all destroyed by fire some years since, after having been carefully preserved and docketed and endorsed, as is the duty of every careful man of business. Now, by dint of repeating this precious story over and over again, the worthy man came to believe it entirely, and to believe that other people would believe it as well. It seemed, in fact, so like the truth that it would deceive even experts and pass for that priceless article. At the time when Caroline died and the boy went to stay with him, no one asked any questions, because it seemed nobody's business to inquire into the interest of the child. After the boy was taken away, it gradually became known among the surviving members of the family that the houses had long before, owing to the profligate extravagance of the sergeant, as careful a man as ever marched, passed into the hands of Bunker, who now had all the Coppin houses. Everything was clean forgotten by this time, and the boy must needs turn up again, asking questions. A young villain, a serpent, but he should be paid out. A very singular accident prevented the paying out, quite in the sense intended by Mr. Bunker. It happened in this way. Page 381. One day when Miss Messenger's cabinet-maker and joiner-in-ordinary, having little or nothing to do, was wandering about the brewery, looking about him, lazily watching the process of beer-making on a large, extensive scale, and exchanging the compliments of the season, which was near the new year, with the workmen, it happened that he passed the room in which Josephus had sat for 40 years among the juniors. The door stood open, and he looked in, as he had often done before, to nod a friendly salutation to his cousin. There Josephus sat, with grey hair, an elderly man among boys, mechanically ticking off entries among the lads. His place was in the warm corner near the fire. Beside him stood a large and massive safe, the same safe out of which, during an absence of 3 minutes, the country notes had been so mysteriously stolen. The story, of course, was well known. Josephus' version of the thing was also well known. Everybody further knew that, until the mystery of that robbery was cleared up, Josephus would remain a junior on 30s a week. Lastly, everybody, with the kindliness of heart common to our glorious humanity, firmly believed that Josephus had really cribbed those notes, but had been afraid to present them, and so dropped them into a fire or down a drain. It is truly remarkable to observe how deeply we respect, adore, and venerate virtue, insomuch that we all go about pretending to be virtuous, yet how little we believe in the virtue of each other. It is also remarkable to reflect upon the extensive fields still open to the moralist after all these years of preaching and exhorting. Now, as Harry looked into the room, his eye fell upon the safe, and a curious thing occurred. The fragment of a certain letter from Bob Coppin, in which he sent a message by his friend to his cousin, Squaritos Josephus, quite suddenly and unexpectedly returned to his memory. Further, the words assumed a meaning. "Josephus," he said, stepping into the office, "lend me a piece of paper and a pencil. Thank you." He wrote down the words exactly as he recollected them, half destroyed by the tearing of the letter. "Josephus, my cousin, that he will, and either safe the bundle, or a lark. Josephus is a Squaritos. PG 382. I hate a man who won't drink. He will, if he looks there." When he had written these words down, he read them over again, while the lads looked on with curiosity and some resentment. Cabinet makers and joiners have no business to swagger about the office of young gentlemen who are clerks in breweries as if it were their own place. It is an innovation, a leveling of rank. Josephus, Harry whispered, you remember your cousin Bob Carpin? Yes, but these are office hours. Conversation is not allowed in the junior's room. He spoke as if he was still a boy, as indeed he was, having been confined to the society of boys, and having drawn the pay of a boy for so many years. Never mind rules, tell me all about Bob. He was a drinker and a spendthrift, that's enough about him. Josephus spoke in a whisper, being anxious not to discuss the family disgrace among his fellow clerks. Good, were you a friend as well as a cousin of his? No, I never was. I was respectable in those days and desirous of getting my character high for steadiness. I went to evening lectures and taught in the Wesleyan Sunday schools. Of course, when the notes were stolen, it was no use trying any more for character, that was gone. A young man suspected of stealing £14,000 can't get any character at all. So I gave up attending the evening lectures and left off teaching in the school and going to church and everything. You were a great fool, Josephus. You ought to have gone on and fought it out. Now then, on the day that you lost the money, had you seen Bob, do you remember? That day, the unlucky junior replied, I remember every hour as plain as if it was today. Yes, I saw Bob. He came to the office half an hour before I lost the notes. He wanted me to go out with him in the evening, I forget where, some gardens and dancing and prodigalities. I refused to go. In the evening I saw him again, and he did nothing but laugh while I was in misery. It seemed cruel, and the more I suffered, the louder he laughed. Page 383. Did you never see Bob again? No, he went away to sea, and he came home and went away again, but somehow I never saw him. It is 20 years now since he went away last, and was never heard of, nor his ship, so of course he's dead long ago. But what does it matter about Bob? And these are office hours, and there will, really, be things said if we go on talking. Do go away. Harry obeyed and left him, but he went straight to the office of the chief accountant and requested an interview. The chief accountant sent word that he could communicate his business through one of the clerks. Harry replied that his business was of a nature which could not be communicated by a clerk, that it was very serious and important business, which must be imparted to the chief alone, and that he would wait his convenience in the outer office. Presently he was ushered into the presence of the great man. This is very extraordinary, said the official. What can your business be, which is so important that it must not be entrusted to the clerks? Now come to the point, young man, my time is valuable. I want you to authorize me to make a little examination in the junior clerk's room. What examination, and why? Harry gave him the fragment of the letter and explained where he found it. I understand nothing. What do you learn from this fragment? There is no date, said Harry, but that matters very little. You will observe that it clearly refers to my cousin Josephus Carpin. That seems evident. Josephus is not a common name. You know my cousin's version of the loss of those notes. Certainly, he said they must have been stolen during the 2 or 3 minutes that he was out of the room. Yes, now, Harry wrote a few words to fill up the broken sentences of the letter. Read that, sir. Good heavens! Page 384. My cousin tells me, too, he went on, that this fellow Bob Carpin was in the office half an hour before the notes were missed. Why, very likely he was at the time hanging about the place, and that in the evening, when his cousin was in an agony of distress, Bob was laughing as if the whole thing was a joke. Upon my word, said the chief, it seems plausible. We can try the thing at once, said Harry, but I should like you to be present when we do. Undoubtedly I will be present. Come, let us go at once. By the way, you were the young man recommended by Miss Messenger, are you not? Yes, not that I have the honor of knowing Miss Messenger personally. The chief accountant laughed. Cabinet makers do not generally know young ladies of position, and this was such a remarkably cheeky young workman. They took with them 4 stout fellows from those who toss about the casks of beer. The safe was one of the larger kind, standing 3 feet 6 inches high on a strong wooden box with an open front. It was in the corner next to Joseph's seat. Between the back of the safe and the wall was a space of an inch or so. "I must trouble you to change your seat," said the chief accountant to Josephus. "We are about to move this safe." Josephus rose, and the men presently, with mighty efforts, lugged the great heavy thing a foot or two from its place. "Will you look, sir?" asked Harry. "If there is anything there, I should like you, who know the whole story, to find it." The chief stooped over the safe and looked behind it. Everybody was now aware that something was going to happen, and though pens continued to be dipped into inkstands with zeal, and heads to be bent over desks with the devotion which always seizes a junior clerk in presence of his chief, all eyes were furtively turned to Josephus' corner. "There is a bundle of papers," he said. "Thank you." Harry picked them up and placed them in his hands. The only person who paid no heed to the proceedings was the most concerned. Page 385. The chief accountant received them, a rolled bundle, not a tied-up parcel, and covered inch-deep with black dust. He opened it and glanced at the contents. Then a strange and unaccountable look came into his eyes as he handed them to Josephus. "Will you oblige me, Mr. Coppin," he said, "by examining those papers?" It was the first time that the title of Mr. had been bestowed upon Josephus during all the years of his long servitude. He was troubled by it, and he could not understand the expression in his chief's eyes, and when he turned to Harry for an explanation he met eyes in which the same sympathy and pity were expressed. When he turned to the boys, his fellow clerks, he was struck by their faces of wondering expectation. What was going to happen? Recovering his presence of mind, he held out the dusty papers and shook the dust off them. Then he began slowly to obey orders and to examine them. Suddenly he began to turn them over with fierce eagerness. His eyes flashed, he gasped. "Come, Josephus," said his cousin, taking his arm, "gently, gently. What are these papers?" The man laughed, a hysterical laugh. "They are they are." He did not finish because his voice failed him, but he dropped into a chair with his head in his hands. "They are country banknotes and other papers," said Harry, taking them from his cousin's hands. He had interpreted the missing words rightly. The chief looked round the room. "Young men," he said solemnly, "a wonderful thing has happened. After many years of undeserved suspicion and unmerited punishment, Mr. Coppin's character is cleared at last. We cannot restore to him the years he has lost, but we can rejoice that his innocence is established." "Come, Josephus," said Harry, "bear your good fortune as you have borne the bad, rouse yourself." The senior junior clerk lifted his head and looked around. His cheeks were white, his eyes were filled with tears, his lips were trembling. Page 386. "Take your cousin home," said the chief to Harry, "and then come back to my office." Harry led Josephus, unresisting, home to the boarding house. "We have had a shock, Mrs. Bormalac. Nothing to be alarmed about, quite the contrary. The banknotes have been found after all these years, and my cousin has earned his promotion and recovered his character. Give him some brandy and water and make him lie down for a bit." For the man was dazed. He could not understand as yet what had happened. Harry placed him in the armchair and left him to the care of the landlady. Then he went back to the brewery. The chief brewer was with the chief accountant, and they were talking over what was best to be done, said very kind things about intelligence, without which good fortune and lucky finds are wasted, and they promised to represent Harry's conduct in a proper light to Miss Messenger, who would be immediately communicated with, and Josephus would at once receive a very substantial addition to his pay, a better position, and more responsible work. "May I suggest, gentlemen," said Harry, "that a man who is 55 and has all his life been doing the simple work of a junior may not be found equal to more responsible work." "That may be the case. My cousin, when the misfortune happened, left off taking any interest in things. I believe he has never opened a book or learned anything in all these years." "Well, we shall see. A workman was not to be taken into counsel. There is, however, something here which seems to concern yourself. Your mother was one Caroline Coppin, was she not?" "Yes." Then these papers, which were deposited by some persons unknown with Mr. Messenger, most likely for greater care, and placed in the safe by him, belong to you, and I hope will prove of value to you. Harry took them without much interest and came away. Page 387. In the evening Josephus held a reception. All his contemporaries in the brewery, the men who entered with himself, all those who had passed over his head, all those with whom he had been a junior in the brewery, called to congratulate him. At the moment he felt as if this universal sympathy fully made up for all his sufferings of the past, nor was it until the morning that he partly perceived the truth, that no amount of sympathy would restore his vanished youth and give him what he had lost. But he will never quite understand this, and he looked upon himself as having begun again from the point where he stopped. When the reception was over and the last man gone, he began to talk about his future. "I shall go on again with the evening course," he said, "just where I left off. I remember we were having Monday for bookkeeping by single and double entry, Tuesday for French, Thursday for arithmetic, we were in mixed fractions, and Friday for Euclid. Then I shall take up my class at the Sunday school again, and shall become a full church member of the Wesleyan Connection, for though my father was once churchwarden at Stepney Church, I always favored the Wesleyans myself." He talked as if he was a boy again, with all his life before him, and indeed, at the moment he thought he was. Chapter 43. O my prophetic soul! Harry thought nothing about the papers which were found among the notes that evening, because he was wholly engaged in the contemplation of a man who had suddenly gone back 35 years in his life. The grey hairs, thin at the top and gone at the temples, were not, it is true, replaced by the curly brown locks of youth, though one thinks that Josephus must always have been a straight-haired young man. But it was remarkable to hear that man of 55 talking as if PG 388 the years had rolled backward, and he could take up the thread of life where he had dropped it so long ago. He spoke of his evening lectures and his Sunday school with the enthusiasm of a boy. He would study, work of that sort always paid. He would prepare his lessons for the school beforehand and stand well with the superintendent. It was good for men in business offices, he said, to have a good character with the superintendent. Above all, he would learn French and bookkeeping, with mensuration, gauging, and astronomy at the Beaumont Institute. All these things would come in useful, some time or the other, at the brewery. Besides, it helps a man to be considered studious in his habits. He became, in fact, in imagination a young man once more. And because in the old days, when he had a character to earn, he did not smoke tobacco, so now he forgot that former solace of the day, his evening pipe. The brewery, he said, is a splendid thing to get into. You can rise, you may become, even chief accountant. You may look forward to draw over 1,000 a year at the brewery if you are steady and well conducted and get a good name. It is not everyone, mind you, gets the chance of such a service. And once in, always in. That's the pride of the brewery. No turning out, there you stay, with your salary always rising till you die. In the morning, the exaltation of spirits was exchanged for a corresponding depression. Josephus went to the brewery, knowing that he should sit on that old seat of his no longer. He went to look at it. The wooden stool was worn black. The desk was worn black. He knew every cut and scratch in the lid at which he had written so many years. There were all the books at which he had worked so long. Not hard work, nor work requiring thought, but simple entering and ticking off of names, which a man can do mechanically, on summer afternoons, with the window open and an occasional bee buzzing in from Hainault Forest, and the sweet smell of the vats and the drowsy rolling of the machinery. One can do the work half asleep and never make a mistake. Now he would have to undertake some different PG 389 kind of work, more responsible work. He would have to order and direct. He would have a chair instead of a stool and a table instead of a desk. So that he began to wish that he had in the old days gone further in his studies, but he was always slow at learning before the accident happened, and to wonder if anything at all remained of the knowledge he had then painfully acquired after all these years. As a matter of fact, nothing remained. Josephus had become perfectly, delightfully, inconceivably stupid. He had forgotten everything and could now learn no new thing. Pending the decision of Miss Messenger, to whom the case was referred, they tried him with all sorts of simple work, correspondence, answering letters, any of the things which require a little intelligence. Josephus could do nothing. He sat like a helpless boy and looked at the documents. Then they let him alone, and for a while he came every day, sat all day long, half asleep, and did nothing, and was much less happy than when he had been kept at work from 9 o'clock in the morning till 6 o'clock at night. When Harry remembered the packet of papers placed in his hand, which was on the following morning, he read them, and the effect of his reading was that he did not go to work that morning at all. He was not a lawyer, and the principal paper was a legal instrument, the meaning of which it took him some little time to make out. Why can't they write plain English? I give to my said trustees, John Skelton and Benjamin Bunker, the 3 freehold houses as follows: that called number 29 on Stepney Green, 45 in Beaumont Square, and 23 in Redmond's Row, upon trust to apply the rents and income of the same as in their absolute discretion they may think fit, the maintenance, education, and benefit of the said Caroline, until she be 21 years old or until she marry, and to invest from time to time the accumulations of such rents and income as is hereinafter provided, and to apply the same when invested in all respects as I direct concerning the last above-mentioned premises. And when the said Caroline shall attain the age of 21, or marry, I direct my said PG 390 trustees to pay to her the said rents and the income of the accumulation of the same, if any during her life, by 4 equal quarterly payments for her sole and separate use, free from the debts and engagements of any husband or husbands she may marry, and I direct that on the death of the said Caroline my said trustees shall hold and stand possessed of all the said premises for such person or persons, and in such manner in all respects as the said Caroline shall by deed or will appoint, and in default of such appointment, and so far as the same shall not extend upon trust, and so on, and so on. Harry read this document with a sense, at first, of mystification. Then he read it a second time and began to understand it. The houses, he said, my mother's houses are hers, free from any debts contracted by her husband. They are vested in trustees for her behalf. She could not sell or part with them. And the trustees were John Skelton and Benjamin Bunker. John Skelton, gone to Abraham's bosom, I suppose. Benjamin Bunker, where will he go to? The houses were tied up, settled, entailed. He read the document right through for the 3rd time. So he said, the house at number 29 Stepney Green, that is the house which Bunker calls his own, the house of the associated dressmakers, and it's mine. He clenched his fist and looked dangerous. Then the house at 23 Redmond's Row and at 45 Beaumont Square, 2 more houses, also mine, and Bunker, the perfidious Bunker, calls them all his own. What shall be done to Bunker? Next, he went on, after reading the document again, Bunker is a fraudulent trustee, and his brother trustee too, unless he has gone dead. Of that there can be no doubt whatever. That virtuous and benevolent Bunker was my mother's trustee and mine, and he calmly appropriates the trust to his own uses, Uncle Bunker, Uncle Bunker. I knew from the beginning that there was something wrong. First, I thought he had taken a sum of PG 391 money from Lord Jocelyn. Then I found out that he had got possession of houses in a mysterious manner. And now I find that he was simply the trustee, wicked Uncle Bunker. Armed with his precious document, he put on his hat and walked straight off, resolution on his front, toward his uncle's office. He arrived just when Mr. Bunker was about to start on a daily round among his houses. By this frequent visitation, he kept up the hearts of his tenants and taught them the meaning of necessity, so that they put by their money and religiously paid the rent. Else. Pray, said Harry, be so good as to take off your hat and sit down and have 5 minutes' talk with me. No, sir, said Bunker, I will not. You can go away, do you hear? Be off, let me lock my office and go about my own business. Do take off your hat, my uncle. Go, sir, do you hear? Sit down and let us talk, my honest trustee. Mr. Bunker dropped into a chair. In all the conversations and dramatic scenes made up in his own mind to account for the possession of the houses, it had never occurred to him that the fact of his having been a trustee would come to light. All were dead, except himself, who were concerned in that trust. He had forgotten by this time that there was any deed. By ignoring the trust he simplified, to his own mind, the transfer of the houses, and during all these years he had almost forgotten the obligations of the trust. What do you mean? He stammered. Virtuous uncle, I mean that I know all. Do you quite understand me? I mean really and truly all. Yes, all that there is to know, all that you hide away in your own mind and think that no one knows. What do you know? First, I know which the houses are. I mean my houses, my mother's houses. The house in Stepney Green that you have let to Miss Kennedy is one. A house in Beaumont Square, do you wish to know the number? Is another. And a house in Redmond's Row, and do you want to know the number of that? Is the third. PG 392, you have collected the rents of those houses and paid those rents to your own account for 20 years and more. Go on, let us hear what you pretend to know. Suppose they were Caroline's houses, what then? He spoke with an attempt at bounce, but he was pale and his eyes were unsteady. This next, these houses, man of probity, were not my mother's property to dispose of as she pleased. Oh, whose were they then? They were settled upon her and her heirs after her, and the property was placed in the hands of two trustees, yourself, my praiseworthy, and a certain John Skelton, of whom I know nothing. Presumably, he is dead. Mr. Bunker made no reply at all, but his cheek grew paler. Shall I repeat this statement, or is that enough for you? Asked Harry. The situation is pretty, perhaps not novel. The heir has gone away, probably never to come back again. The trustee, sole surviving, no doubt receives the rents. Heir comes back. Trustee swears the houses are his own. When the trustee is brought before a court of law and convicted, the judge says that the case is one of peculiar enormity and must be met by transportation for 25 years. 25 years, my patriarch. Think of that, in uniform and with short hair. Mr. Bunker said nothing, but by the agitation of his fingers, it was plain that he was thinking a great deal. I told you, cried Harry. I warned you some time ago that you must now begin to think seriously about handcuffs and prison and men in blue. The time has come now when, unless you make restitution of all that you have taken, action will be taken, and you will realize what it is that people think of the fraudulent trustee. Uncle Bunker, my heart bleeds for you. Why did you come here? Asked his uncle piteously. Why did you come here at all? We got on very well without you, very well and comfortably indeed. This seemed a feeble sort of bleat, but in fact, the page 393 Bunker's mind was for the moment prostrated. He had no sound resistance left. I offered you, he went on, £25 to go. I'll double it there. I'll give you £50 to go if you'll go at once, so that there will be an end to all this trouble. Consider, said Harry, there's the rent of Miss Kennedy's house, £65 a year for that. There's the house in Beaumont Square, 50 for that. And the house in Redmond's Row at 25 at least, comes to £140 a year, which you have drawn, my precious uncle, for 21 years at least. That makes, without counting interest, £2,940, and you want to buy me off for £50. Not half the money, not half the money, his uncle groaned. There's repairs and painting and bad tenants, not half the money. We will say then, lightly replied his nephew, as if 900 were a trifle, we will say £2,000. The heir to that property has come back, he says, give me my houses and give me an account of the discharge of your trust. Now, Harry rose from the table on which he had been sitting. Let us have no more bounce. The game is up. I have in my pocket here, he tapped his coat pocket, the original deed itself. Do you want to know where it was found? Behind a safe at the brewery, where it was hidden by your brother-in-law, Bob Coppin, with all the country notes which got Josephus into a mess. As for the date, I will remind you that it was executed about 35 years ago, when my mother was still a girl and unmarried, and you had recently married her sister. I have the deed here. What is more, it has been seen by the chief accountant at the brewery, who gave it me. Bunker, the game is up. He moved toward the door. Have you anything to say before I go? I am now going straight to a lawyer. What is the lowest, oh good Lord, the very lowest figure that you will take to square it? Oh, be merciful, I am a poor man, indeed a very poor man, PG 394 though they think me warm, yet I must scrape and save to get along at all. 2,000, said Harry. Make it 1,500. Oh, 1,500 to clear off all scores, and then you can go away out of the place. I could borrow 1,500. 2,000, Harry repeated. Of course, besides the houses which are mine. Besides the houses, never, you may do your worst. You may drag your poor old uncle, now 60 years of age, before the courts, but 2,000 besides the houses. Never. He banged the floor with his stick, but his agitation was betrayed by the nervous tapping of the end upon the oilcloth, which followed the first hasty bang. No bounce, if you please. Harry took out his watch. I will give you 5 minutes to decide, or if your mind is already made up, I will go and ask advice of a lawyer at once. I cannot give you that sum of money, Bunker declared. It is not that I would not, I would if I could. Business has been bad. Sometimes I've spent more than I've made, and what little I've saved I meant always for you. I did indeed. I said, I will make it up to him. He shall have it back with 1 minute gone, said Harry relentlessly. Oh, this is dreadful. Why, to get even 1,500, I should have to sell all my little property at a loss. And what a dreadful thing it is to sell property at a loss. Give me more time to consider, only a week or so, just to look round. 3 minutes left, said Harry the hardened. Oh, he burst into tears and weeping of genuine grief and shame and rage. Oh, that a nephew should be found to persecute his uncle in such a way. Where is your Christian charity? Where is forgiving and remitting? Only 2 minutes left, said Harry, unmoved. Then Bunker fell upon his knees. He grovelled and implored pardon. He offered 1 house, 2 houses, and £1,200, £1,500, £1,800. 1 minute left, said Harry. Page 395. Then he sat down and wiped the tears from his eyes, and in good round terms, in Poplar, Limehouse, Shadwell, Wapping, and Ratcliffe highway terms, he cursed his nephew, and the houses, and the trust, and all that therein lay, because, before the temptation came, he was an honest man, whereas now he should never be able to look Stepney in the face again. Time's up, said Harry, putting on his hat. In face of the inevitable, Mr. Bunker showed an immediate change of front. He neither prayed, nor wept, nor swore. He became once more the complete man of business. He left the stool of humiliation and seated himself on his own Windsor chair before his own table. Here, pen in hand, he seemed as if he were dictating rather than accepting terms. Don't go, he said. I accept. Very good, Harry replied. You know what is best for yourself. As for me, I don't want to make more fuss than is necessary. You know the terms. 2,000 down, the 3 houses, and a complete discharge in full of all claims. Those are the conditions. Yes, those are the conditions. I will draw up the discharge, said Mr. Bunker, and then no one need be any the wiser. Harry laughed. This cool and businesslike compromise of felony pleased him. You may draw it up if you like, but my opinion of your ability is so great that I shall have to show the document to a solicitor for his approval and admiration. Mr. Bunker was disconcerted. He had hoped, that is, thought, he saw his way, but never mind. He quickly recovered and said with decision, Go to Lawyer Pike in the Mile End Road. Why, is the Honourable Pike a friend of yours? No, he isn't. That is why I want you to go to him. Tell him that you and I have long been wishing to clear up these accounts, and that you've agreed to take the 2,000 with the houses. Mr. Bunker seemed now chiefly anxious that the late deplorable scene should be at once forgotten and forgiven. He said the other day that I was nothing better than a common grinder PG 396 and oppressor. Now when he sees what an honourable trustee I am, he will be sorry he said that. You can tell everybody if you like. Why, what is it? Here's my nephew comes home to me and says, Give me my houses. I say, Prove your title. Didn't I say so? How was I to know that he was my nephew? Then the gentleman comes who took him away and says, He is your long-lost nephew. And I say, Take your houses, young man, with the accumulations of the rent hoarded up for you. Why, you can tell everybody that story. I will leave you to tell it, Bunker, your own way. Everybody will believe that way of telling the story. What is more, I will not go out of my way to contradict it. Very good, then, and on that understanding I withdraw all the harsh things I may have said to you, nephew, and we can be good friends again. Certainly, if you like, said Harry, and fairly ran away for fear of being called upon to make more concessions. It's a terrible blow. The old man sat down and wiped his forehead. To think of 2,000 down, but it might have been much worse. Ah, it might have been very, very much worse. I've done better than I expected when he said he had the papers. The young man's a fool, a mere fool. The house is let for £150 a year, and they have never been empty for 6 months together, and the outside repairs are a trifle, and I've saved it all every year. Now £150 a year for 20 years and more, at compound interest only 5%, is close on £5,000. I've calculated it out often enough to know. Yes, and I've made 5% on it, and sometimes 6 and 7 and more with no losses. It might have been far, far worse. It's come to £7,000 if it's a penny. And to get rid of that awful fear and that devil of a boy with his grins and his sneers at £2,000, why, it's cheap, I call it cheap. As for the houses, I'll get them back, see if I don't. Page 397. Chapter 44. A Fool and His Money. Mr. Pike, the solicitor of the Mile End Road, does not belong to the story, which is a pity, because he has many enviable qualities, further than is connected with Harry's interview with him. He read the documents and heard the story from beginning to end. When he had quite mastered all the details, he began mildly to express astonishment and pity that any young man could be such a fool. This was hard, because Harry really thought he had done a mighty clever thing. "You have been taken in, sir," said Mr. Pike, in a most barefaced and impudent manner. £2,000. Why, the mere rent alone, without counting interest, is £3,000. Go away, sir, find out this fraudulent impostor, and tell him that you will have nothing to do with him short of a full account and complete restitution." "I cannot do that," said Harry. "Why not?" "Because I have passed my word." "I think, young man, you said you were a cabinet maker, though you look something better." "Yes, I belong to that trade." "Since when, may I ask, have cabinet makers been so punctilious as to their promises?" "The fact is," said Harry gravely, "we have turned over a new leaf, and are now all on the side of truth and honor." "Humph, then there is nothing to do but to give the man a receipt in full and a discharge. You are of age, you can do this if you like. Shall I draw it up for you and receive the money and take over the houses?" This was settled, therefore, and in this way Harry became a rich man, with houses and money in the funds. As for Bunker, he made the greatest mistake in his PG 398 life when he sent his nephew to Mr. Pike. He should have known, but he was like the ostrich when he runs his head into the sand, and believes from the secure retreat that he is invisible to his hunters. For his own version of the incident was palpably absurd, and besides, Mr. Pike heard Harry's account of the matter. Therefore, though Bunker thought to heap coals of fire upon his enemy's head, he only succeeded in throwing them under his feet, which made him kick, for who can go upon hot coals and his feet not be burned? The good man is now, therefore, laboring under a cloud of prejudice which does not seem to lift, though perhaps he will live it down. Other events have happened since, which have operated to his prejudice. Everybody knows how he received his nephew, what wicked things he said everywhere about him, and what rumors he spread about Miss Kennedy. Everybody knows that he had to disgorge houses, actually houses, which he had appropriated. This knowledge is common property, and it is extremely unpleasant for Mr. Bunker when he takes his walks abroad to be cruelly assailed by questions which hit harder than any brickbat. They are hurled at him by working men and by street boys. Who stole the ooze, for instance, is a very nasty thing to be said to a gentleman who is professionally connected with house property. I know not how this knowledge came to be so generally known. Certainly Harry did not spread it abroad. People, however, are not fools, and can put things together. Where the evil doings and backslidings of their friends are concerned, they are surprisingly sharp. Now when the ownership of the house in Stepney Green became generally known, there immediately sprang up, as always happens on occasions of discovery, rooting out of facts, or exposure of wickedness, quite a large crop of old inhabitants ready to declare that they knew all along that the house on Stepney Green was one of those belonging to old Mr. Coppin. He bought it, they said, of Mr. Messenger, who was born there, and it was one of 3 left to Caroline, who died young. Who would believe that Mr. Bunker could have been so wicked? Where is faith in brother man, since so eminent a professor of honesty has fallen? Page 399. Mr. Bunker suffers, but he suffers in silence. He may be seen any day in the neighborhood of Stepney Green, still engaged in his usual business. People may talk behind his back, but talk breaks no bones. They don't dare talk before his face. Though he has lost £2,000, there is still money left. He feels that he is a warm man and has money to leave behind him. It will be said of him that he cut up well. Warmth of all kinds comforts a man, but he confesses with a pang that he did wrong to send his nephew to that lawyer who took the opportunity, when he drew up the discharge and receipt, of giving him an opinion, unasked and unpaid for, as to his conduct in connection with the trust. There could be no mistake at all about the meaning and force of that opinion. And oddly enough, whenever Mr. Bunker sees the Queen's omnibus, that dark painted vehicle, driven by a policeman, pass along the road, he thinks of Mr. Pike, and that opinion returns to his memory, and he feels just exactly as if a bucket of cold water was trickling down his back by the nape of the neck. Even in warm weather this is disagreeable, and it shows that the lawyer must have spoken very strong words indeed, and that although Mr. Bunker, like the simple ones and the scorners, wished for none of the lawyer's counsel, unlike them he did not despise their reproof. Yet he is happier, now that the blow has fallen, than he was while he was awaiting it and dreaming of handcuffs. We anticipate, but we have indeed seen almost the last of Mr. Bunker. It is sad to part with him, but we have no choice. In the evening Harry went as usual to the drawing-room. He stayed, however, after the girls went away. There was nothing unusual in his doing so. Girls in my position, said the dressmaker, are not tied by the ordinary rules. Tonight, however, he had something to say. "Congratulate me," he cried, as soon as they were alone. "I have turned out, as the storybooks say, to be the heir to vast sums of money." Angela turned pale. She was reassured, however, on learning the extent of the heritage. "Consider my romantic story," said Harry. PG 400 instead of finding myself the long-lost heir, strawberry mark and all, to an earldom, I am the son of a sergeant in the line. And then, just as I am getting over the blow, I find myself the owner of 3 houses and £2,000. What workman ever had £2,000 before? There was an undergardener I knew, he went on meditatively, who once got 100. He called it a round 100, I remember. He and his wife went on the hospitable drink for a fortnight, then they went to hospital for a month with trimmings, and then went back to work, the money all gone, and joined the primitive Methodists. Can't we do something superior in the shape of a burst or a boom for the girls with £2,000? "Tell me," said Angela, "how you got it." He narrated the whole story, for her instruction and amusement, with some dramatic force, impersonating Bunker's wrath, terror, and entreaties, and final businesslike collapse. "So that," said Angela, "you are now a man of property, and will, I suppose, give up the work at the brewery." "Do you think I should? I do not like to see any man idle, and," she hesitated, "especially you." "Thank you," said Harry. "Then I remain. The question of the £2,000, my cool 2,000, I am the winner of the 2,000 in reserve. As for this house, however, decided steps must be taken. Listen, Queen of the Mystery of Dress. You pay Bunker £65 a year or so for the rent of this house. That is a good large deduction from the profits of the association. I have been thinking, if you approve, that I will have this house conveyed to you in trust for the association. Then you will be rent-free. But that is a very, very generous offer. You really wish to give us this house altogether for ourselves. If you will accept it. You have only these houses, and you give us the best of them. Is it right and just to strip yourself? How many houses should I have? Now there are 2 left, and their rent brings in £70 a year, and I have £2,000, which will bring in PG 401 another £80 a year. I am rich, much too rich for a common cabinet maker." "Oh," she said, "what can we do but accept? And how shall we show our gratitude? But indeed, we can do nothing." "I want nothing," said Harry. "I have had so much happiness in this place that I can want for nothing. It is for me to show my gratitude." "Thank you," she replied, giving him her hand. He stooped and kissed it, but humbly, as one who accepts a small favor gratefully and asks for no more. They were alone in the drawing-room. The fire was low, only one lamp was burning, Angela was sitting beside the fire. Her face was turned from him. A mighty wave of love was mounting in the young man's brain, but a little more, a very little more, and he would have been kneeling at her feet. She felt the danger. She felt it the more readily because she was so deeply moved herself. What had she given the girls, out of her abundance, compared with what he had given out of his slender portion? Her eyes filled with tears. Then she sprang to her feet and touched his hand again. "Do not forget your promise," she said. "My promise? Oh, how long?" "Patience," she replied. "Give me a little while only, and—" "Forgive me," he said, kissing her hand again. "Forgive me." "Let me go," she went on. "It is 11 o'clock. They put out the lamp and went out. The night was clear and bright." "Do not go in just yet," said Harry. "It is pleasant out here, and I think the stars are brighter than they are at the West End." "Everything is better here," said Angela, "than at the West End. Here we have hearts and can feel for each other. Here we are all alike, workmen and workwomen together." "You are a prejudiced person. Let us talk of the Palace of Delight, your dream." "Your invention," said Angela. "Won't my 2,000 go some way in starting page 400 to it? Perhaps, if we could just start it, the thing would go on of its own accord. Why, see what you have done with your girls already." "But I must have a big palace, a noble building, furnished with everything that we want." "No, my friend, we will take your house because it is a great and noble gift, but you shall not sacrifice your money. Yet we will have that palace, and before long, and when it is ready." "Yes, when it is ready. Perhaps the opening of the palace will be, for all of us, the beginning of a new happiness." "You speak in a parable." "No," she said, "I speak in sober earnestness. Now let me go. Remember what I say. The opening of the palace may be, if you will, for all of us. For you and me. For you and for me. Good night." Chapter 45. Lady Davenant's Dinner Party. Lady Davenant had now been in full enjoyment of her title in Portman Square, where one enjoys such things more thoroughly than on Stepney Green, for 4 or 5 weeks. She at first enjoyed it so much that she thought of nothing but the mere pleasure of the greatness. She felt an uplifting of heart every time she walked up and down the stately stairs, another every time she sat at the well-furnished dinner table, and another whenever she looked about her in the drawing-room. She wrote copious letters to her friend Aurelia Tucker during these days. She explained with fullness of detail, and in terms calculated to make that lady expire of envy, the splendor of her position. And for at least 5 weeks, she felt as if the hospitality of Miss Messenger actually brought with it a complete recognition of her claim. Her husband, not so sanguine as herself, knew very well that the time would come when the case would have to be taken up again and sent in to the proper quarter for examination. PG 403 meantime he was resigned and even happy. 3 square meals a day, each of them abundant, each a masterpiece of art, were enough to satisfy that remarkable twist which, as her ladyship was persuaded, one knows not on what grounds, had always been a distinguishing mark of the Davenants. Familiarity speedily reconciled him to the presence of the footmen. He found in the library a most delightful chair in which he could sleep all the morning, and it pleased him to be driven through the streets in a luxurious carriage under soft, warm furs, in which one can take the air and get a splendid appetite without fatigue. They were seen about a great deal. It was a part of Angela's design that they should, when the time came for going back again, seem to themselves to have formed a part of the best society in London. Therefore she gave instructions to her maid that her visitors were to go to all the public places, the theaters, concerts, exhibitions, and places of amusement. The little American lady knew so little what she ought to see and whither she ought to go, that she fell back on Campion for advice and help. It was Campion who suggested a theater in the evening, the exhibition of old masters, or the Grosvenor Gallery in the morning, and Regent Street in the afternoon. It was Campion who pointed out the recognized superiority of Westminster Abbey, considered as a place of worship for a lady of exalted rank, over a chapel up a back street, of the Baptist persuasion, to which at her own home Lady Davenant had belonged. It was Campion who went with her and showed her the shops, and taught her the delightful art of spending her money, the money lent her by Miss Messenger, in the manner becoming to a peeress. She was so clever and sharp that she caught at every hint dropped by the lady's maid. She reformed her husband's ideas of evening dress. She humored his weaknesses. She let him keep his eyes wide open at a farce or a ballet on the understanding that at a concert or a sermon he might blamelessly sleep through it. She even began to acquire rudimentary ideas on the principles of art. "I confess, my dear Aurelia," she wrote, "that habit soon renders even these marble halls familiar. I have become perfectly reconciled to the splendor of English PG 404 patrician life, and now feel as if I had been born to it. Tall footmen no longer fright me, nor the shouting of one's name after the theatre. Of course, the outward marks of respect one receives as one's due when one belongs, by the gift of Providence, to a great and noble house." This was all very pleasant, yet Lady Davenant began to yearn for somebody, if it were only Mrs. Beaumolac, with whom she could converse. She wanted a long chat. Perhaps Miss Kennedy or Mrs. Beaumolac or the sprightly Mr. Goslet might be induced to come and spend a morning with her, or a whole day, if only they would not feel shy and frightened in so splendid a place. Meantime, someone, connected with the press, got to hear of a soi-disant Lord Davenant, who was often to be seen with his wife in boxes at theatres and other places of resort. He heard this intellectual connection of the press, people asking each other who Lord Davenant was. He inquired of the Red Book, and received no response. He thereupon perceived that here was an opportunity for sensation and a mystery. He found out where Lord Davenant was living, by great good luck. It was through taking a single four of whiskey in a bar frequented by gentlemen in plush, and he proceeded to call upon his lordship and to interview him. The result appeared in a long communiqué, which attracted general and immediate interest. The journalist set forth at length, and in the most graphic manner, the strange and romantic career of the condescending wheelwright. He showed how the discovery was made, and how, after many years, the illustrious pair had crossed the Atlantic to put forward their claim, and how they were offered the noble hospitality of a young lady of princely fortune. It was a most delightful godsend to the paper in which it appeared, and it came at a time when the House was not sitting, and there was no wrangle-wrangle of debates to furnish material for the columns of big type which are supposed to sway the masses. The other papers therefore seized upon the topic and had leading articles upon it, in which the false Demetrius, the pretending Pallalagus, Perkin Warbeck, Lambert Simnel, George Psalmanazar, the PG 405 languishing nobleman, the Earl of Mar, the Count of Albany, with other claims and claimants, furnished illustrations to the claims of the Davenants. The publicity given to the case by these articles delighted her ladyship beyond everything, while it abashed and confounded her lord. He saw in it the beginning of more exertion and strenuous efforts after the final recognition. And she carefully cut out all the articles and sent them to her nephew Nicholas, to her friend Aurelia Tucker, and to the editor of the Canaan City Express with her compliments. And she felt all the more, in the midst of this excitement, that if she did not have someone to talk to, she must go back to Stepney Green and spend a day, or she would die. It was at this juncture that Campion, perhaps inspired by secret instructions, suggested that her ladyship must be feeling a little lonely and must want to see her friends. Why not, she said, ask them to dinner? A dinner party, Lady Davenant reflected, would serve not only to show her old friends the reality of her position, but would also please them as a mark of kindly remembrance. Only, she reflected, dinner at Stepney Green had not the same meaning that it possesses at the West End. The best dinner in that locality is that which is most plentiful, and there are no attempts made to decorate a table. Another thing, dinner is taken universally between 1 o'clock and 2. I think, Clara Martha, said his lordship, whom she consulted in this affair of state, that at any time of day such a feast of Belshazzar as you will give them will be grateful, and they may call it dinner or supper, whichever they please. Thereupon, Lady Davenant wrote a letter to Mrs. Beaumolac, inviting the whole party. She explained that they had met with the most splendid hospitality from Miss Messenger, in whose house they were still staying, that they had become public characters, and had been the subject of discussion in the papers, which caused them to be much stared at and followed in the streets and in theatres and concert rooms, that they were both convinced that their case would soon be triumphant, that they frequently talked over old friends PG 406 of Stepney and regretted that the distance between them was so great, though distance, she added kindly, cannot divide hearts, and that, if Mrs. Bormalak's party would come over together and dine with them, it would be taken as a great kindness, both by herself and by his lordship. She added that she hoped they would all come, including Mr. Fagg and old Mr. Maliphant and Mr. Josephus, though, she added with a little natural touch, I doubt whether Mr. Maliphant ever gave me a thought, and Mr. Josephus was always too much occupied with his own misfortunes to mind any business of mine. And dear Mrs. Bormalak, please remember that when we speak of dinner we mean what you call supper. It is exactly the same thing, only served a little earlier. We take ours at 8 o'clock instead of 9. His lordship desires me to add that he shall be extremely disappointed if Mr. Goslett does not come, and you will tell Miss Kennedy, whose kindness I can never forget, the same from me, and that she must bring Nellie and Rebecca and Captain Sorensen. The letter was received with great admiration. Josephus, who had blossomed into a complete new suit of clothes of juvenile cut, declared that the invitation did her ladyship great credit, and that now his misfortunes were finished, he should be rejoiced to take his place in society. Harry laughed and said that of course he would go. And you, Miss Kennedy? Angela colored, then she said that she would try to go. And if Mr. Maliphant and Daniel only go too, said Harry, we shall be as delightful a party as were ever gathered together at one dinner table. It happened that about this time Lord Jocelyn remembered the American claimants and his promise to call upon them. He therefore called, and was received with the greatest cordiality by her little ladyship, and with wondrous affability, as becomes one man of rank toward another, by Lord Davenant. It was her ladyship who volubly explained their claim to him, and the certainty of the assumption that their Timothy Clitheroe was the lost heir to the same two Christian names. Her husband only folded his fat PG 407 hands over each other, and from time to time wagged his head. You are the first of my husband's brother peers, she said, who has called upon us. We shall not forget this kindness from your lordship. But I am not a peer at all, he explained. I am only a younger son with a courtesy title. I am quite a small personage. Which makes it all the kinder, said her ladyship. And I must say that, grand as it is, in this big house, one does get tired of hearing no voice but your own, and my husband spends a good deal of his time in the study. Oh, a man of great literary attainments, and a splendid mathematician. I assure your lordship not a man or a boy in Canaan City can come near him in algebra. Up to a certain point, Clara Martha, said her husband, meaning that there might be lofty heights in science to which even he himself could not soar. Quadratic equations, my lord. Lord Jocelyn made an original remark about the importance of scientific pursuits. And since you are so friendly, continued her ladyship, I will venture to invite your lordship to dine with us. Certainly, I shall be greatly pleased. We have got a few friends coming tomorrow evening, said her ladyship rather grandly, friends from Whitecapel. Lord Jocelyn looked curious. Yes, Mr. Josephus Coppin and his cousin Mr. Goslett, a sprightly young man who respects rank. He is coming, is he? Asked Lord Jocelyn, laughing. And then there is Miss Kennedy. She is coming too. He rose with alacrity. Lady Davenant, I shall be most happy to come, I assure you. It was most unfortunate that next day Miss Kennedy had such a dreadful headache that she found herself prevented from going with the rest. This was a great disappointment, and at the last moment old Mr. Maliphant could not be found, and they had to start without him. How they performed the journey, how Harry PG 408 managed to let most of the party go on before, because of his foolish pride, which would not let him form one of a flock all going out together, and how he with Captain Sorensen and Nellie came on after the rest, may be passed over. When he got to Portman Square, he found the first detachment already arrived, and to his boundless astonishment, his guardian, Lady Davenant, arrayed in her black velvet and the jewels which Angela gave her, looked truly magnificent. Was it possible, Mrs. Bormalak thought, that such a transformation could be effected in a woman by a velvet gown? She even looked tall. She received her friends with unaffected kindness and introduced them all to Lord Jocelyn. Mrs. Bormalack, your lordship, my former landlady, and always my very good friend. Professor Climo, your lordship, the famous conjurer. And I'm sure the way he makes things disappear makes you believe in magic. Mr. Fagg, the great scholar, of whom, perhaps, your lordship has heard. Mr. Josephus Coppin, who has been unfortunate. Lord Jocelyn wondered what that meant. Miss Rebecca Hermitage, whose father is Minister of the Seventh-day Independence and a most respectable connection, though small in number. Captain Sorensen, your lordship, who comes from the Trinity Almshouse, and Nellie his daughter, and Mr. Goslet. And I think that is all, and the sooner they let us have dinner the better. Lord Jocelyn shook hands with everybody. When it came to Harry, he laughed, and they both laughed, but they did not say why. "And where is Miss Kennedy?" asked her ladyship, and there were great lamentations. "I wanted your lordship to see Miss Kennedy. Oh, there's nobody like Miss Kennedy, is there, Nellie?" "Nobody," said Nellie. "There can be nobody like Miss Kennedy." Lord Jocelyn was struck with the beauty of this girl, whom he remembered seeing at the dressmakery. He began to hope that she would sit next to him at dinner. "Nobody half so beautiful in all Stepney, is there?" "Nobody half so good," said Rebecca. Then the dinner was announced, and there was PG 409 confusion in going down, because nobody would go before Lord Jocelyn, who, therefore, had to lead the way. Lord Davenant offered his arm to Mrs. Bormalack, Harry to Nellie, and Captain Sorensen to Rebecca. The professor, Mr. Fagg, and Josephus came last. "To be sure," said Mrs. Bormalack, looking about her, thankful that she had put on her best cap, "magnificence was expected, as was your lordship's due, but such as this. No, young man, I never take soup unless I've made it myself, and am quite sure, such as this, my lord, we did not expect." She was splendid in her beautiful best cap, all ribbons and bows, with an artificial dahlia in it of a far-off fashion, say the 40s. The sight of the table, with its plate and flowers and fruit, filled her with admiration, but, as she now says in recalling that stupendous feed, there was too much ornament, which kept her mind off the cooking, so that she really carried away no new ideas for Stepney use. Nellie did sit next to Lord Jocelyn, who talked with her, and found that she was shy until he touched upon Miss Kennedy. Then she waxed eloquent, and told him marvels, forgetting that he was a stranger who probably knew and cared nothing about Miss Kennedy. But Nellie belonged to that very numerous class which believes its own affairs of the highest interest to the world at large, and in this instance Miss Kennedy was a subject of the deepest interest to her neighbors. Wherefore he listened while she told what had been done for the workgirls by one woman, one of themselves. Opposite, on Lady Davenant's left, sat Captain Sorensen. In the old days, the captains of East Indiamen were not unacquainted with great men's tables, but it was long since he had sat at such a feast. Presently Lord Jocelyn began to look at him curiously. "Who is the old gentleman opposite?" he whispered to Nellie. "That is my father. He was a captain once, and commanded a great ship." "I thought so," said Lord Jocelyn. "I remember him, but he has forgotten me." Next to the captain sat Rebecca, looking prepared for any fate, and not unduly uplifted by the splendor of PG 410, the scene. But for her, as well as for nearly all who were present, the word dinner will henceforth have a new and exalted meaning. The length of the feast, the number of things offered, the appointments of the table, struck her imagination. She thought of Belshazzar and of Herod, such as the feast before her were those feasts of old. She tasted the champagne, and it took away her breath, yet it seemed good. Mr. Goslet seemed to think so too, because he drank so many glasses. So did the others, and, being inexperienced in wine, they drank with more valor than discretion, so that they began to talk loud, but that was not till later. "Do people, rich people, always dine like this?" asked Nellie of her neighbor. "Something like this, yes, that is, some such dinner, though simpler, is always prepared for them." "I was thinking," she said, "how differently people live. I would rather live in our way with Miss Kennedy than in so much grandeur. Grandeur soon becomes a matter of habit, but as for Miss Kennedy, you cannot live always with her, can you?" "Why not?" "Well, she may marry, you know." Nellie looked across the table at Harry. "I suppose she will. We all of us hope she will, if it is to stay with us. but that need not take her away from us. Do you know Miss Messenger? No, said Nellie. She has been very kind to us. She is our best customer. She sends us all sorts of kind messages and presents even, and she sends us her love and best wishes. I think she must be very fond of Miss Kennedy. She promises to come some day and visit us. Whenever I think of Miss Messenger, I think somehow that she must be like Miss Kennedy, only I cannot understand Miss Kennedy being rich and the owner of this great house. When the ladies retired, at length, it became manifest that Josephus had taken more wine than was good for him. He laughed loudly. He told everybody that he was going to begin all over again, classes and PG 411 lectures and everything, including the Sunday school and the church membership. The professor, who, for his part, seemed indisposed for conversation, retained the mastery over his fingers and began to prepare little tricks, and presently conveyed oranges into Lord Davenant's coat-tails without moving from his chair. And Daniel Fagg, whose cheek was flushed, and whose eyes were sparkling, rose from his chair and attacked Lord Jocelyn, notebook in hand. "Is your Lowship," he began, with a perceptible thickness of speech. Lord Jocelyn recognized him as the man whom he had accosted at Stepney Green, and who subsequently took dinner with the girls. "Is your Lowship interested in Hebrew scriptions?" "Very much indeed," said Lord Jocelyn politely. "Low me to put your Lowship's name down for scription 12 and 6. Book will come out next month. Miss Kendi says so." "Put up your book, Daniel," said Harry sternly, "and sit down. I want show his Lowship a Hebrew scription." He sat down, however, obediently, and immediately fell fast asleep. Said Lord Jocelyn to Captain Sorensen, "I remember you, Captain, very well indeed, but you have forgotten me. Were you not in command of the Sussex in the year of the mutiny? Did you not take me out with the 120th? To be sure I did, and I remember your lordship very well, and am very glad to find you remember me. You were younger then." "I was, and how goes it with you now, Captain?" "Cheerfully as of old." Aye, my lord, I'm in the Trinity Almshouse, and my daughter is with Miss Kennedy, bless her, therefore I've nothing to complain of. May I call upon you some day to talk over old times? You used to sing a good song in those days, and play a good tune, and dance a good dance. "Come, my lord, as often as you like," he replied in great good humor. "The cabin is small, but it's cozy, and the place is hard to get at." "It is the queerest dinner I ever had, Harry," Lord PG 412 Jocelyn whispered. "I like our old captain and his daughter. Is the hard-hearted dressmaker prettier than Nellie?" "Prettier? Why, there is no comparison possible. Yet Nellie hath a pleasing manner. Miss Kennedy turns all her girls into ladies. Come and see her." "Perhaps, Harry, perhaps, when she is no longer hard-hearted, when she has named the happy day." "This evening," said Lady Davenant when they joined her, "will be one that I never can forget, for I've had my old friends round me who were kind in our poverty and neglect, and now I've your lordship too, who belongs to the new time, so that it is a joining together, as it were, and one don't feel like stepping out of our place into another quite different, as I shall tell Aurelia, who says she is afraid that splendor may make me forget old friends, whereas there is nobody I should like to have with us this moment better than Aurelia, but perhaps she judges others by herself." "Lor," cried Mrs. Bormalack, "to hear your ladyship go on, it's like an angel of goodness. And the only thing that vexes me, it's enough to spoil it all, is that Miss Kennedy couldn't come. Ah, my lord, if you had only seen Miss Kennedy. Rebecca and Nellie are two good girls and pretty, but you are not to compare with Miss Kennedy, are you, dears?" They both shook their heads and were not offended. It was past 11 when they left to go home in cabs. One contained the sleeping forms of Josephus and Mr. Fagg. The next contained Captain Sorensen and Nellie with Harry. The professor, who had partly revived, came with Mrs. Bormalack and Rebecca in the last. "You seem to know Lord Jocelyn, Mr. Goslet," said the captain. "I ought to," replied Harry simply. "He gave me my education." "He was always a brave and generous officer, I remember," the captain went on. "Yes, I remember him well. All the men would have followed him everywhere. Well, he says he will come and see me." Page 413. Then he will come, said Harry, if he said so. Very good, if he comes, he shall see Miss Kennedy too. Chapter 46. The end of the case. This dinner, to which her ladyship will always look back with the liveliest satisfaction, was the climax, the highest point, so to speak, of her greatness, which was destined to have a speedy fall. Angela asked Lord Jocelyn to read through the papers and advise. She told him of the professor's discovery and of the book which had belonged to the wheelwright, and everything. Of course, the opinion which he formed was exactly that formed by Angela herself, and he told her so. I have asked them to my house, Angela wrote, because I want them to go home to their own people with pleasant recollections of their stay in London. I should like them to feel, not that their claim had broken down and that they were defeated, but that it had been examined and was held to be not proven. I should be very sorry if I thought that the little lady would cease to believe in her husband's illustrious descent. Will you help me to make her keep her faith as far as possible and go home with as little disappointment as possible? I will try, said Lord Jocelyn. He wrote to Lady Davenant that he had given careful consideration to the case and had taken opinions, which was also true, because he made a lawyer, a herald, and a peer all read the documents and write him a letter on the subject. He dictated all 3 letters. It is true, but there is generally something to conceal in this world of compromises. He went solemnly to Portman Square bearing these precious documents with him. To Lady Davenant his opinion was the most important step which had yet occurred in the history of the claim. She placed her husband in the hardest armchair that she could find, pg 414, with strict injunctions to keep broad awake, and she had a great array of pens and paper laid out on the table in order to look businesslike. It must be owned that the good feeling of the last 2 months, with carriage exercise, had greatly increased his lordship's tendency to sleep and inaction. As for the case, he had almost ceased to think of it. The case meant worry, copying out, writing and rewriting, hunting up facts, and remembering. When the case was put away, he could give up his mind to breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Never had the present moment seemed so delightful to him. Lord Jocelyn wore an expression of great gravity, as befitted the occasion. In fact, he was entrusted with an exceedingly delicate mission. He had to tell these worthy people that there was not the slightest hope for them, to recommend them to go home again, and though the counsel would be clothed in sugared words, to renounce forever the hope of proving their imaginary claim. But it is better to be told these things kindly and sympathetically by a man with a title than by any coarse or common lawyer. Before I begin, Lord Jocelyn addressed himself to the lady instead of her husband. I would ask if you have any relic at all of that first Timothy Clitheroe who is buried in your cemetery at Canaan City. There is a book, said her ladyship. Here it is. She handed him a little book of songs, roughly bound in leather. On the title page was written at the top Saturday and at the bottom Davenant. Lord Jocelyn laid the book down and opened his case. First, he reminded them that Miss Messenger in her first letter had spoken of a possible moral, rather than legal, triumph, of a possible failure to establish the claim before a committee of the House of Peers to whom it would be referred. This, in his opinion, was the actual difficulty. He had read the case, as it had been carefully drawn up and presented by his lordship, and he complimented the writer upon his lucid and excellent style of drawing up of facts, and he had submitted the case for the opinion of friends of his own, all of them gentlemen eminently proper to form and to express an opinion on such a subject. He held the opinions of pg 415 these gentlemen in his hands. One of them was from Lord de Lusignan, a nobleman of very ancient descent. His lordship wrote that there were very strong grounds for supposing it right to investigate a case which presented, certainly, very remarkable coincidences, if nothing more, that further investigations ought to be made on the spot, and that, if this Timothy Clitheroe Davenant turned out to be the lost heir, it would be another romance in the history of the peerage. And his lordship concluded by a kind expression of hope that more facts would be discovered in support of the claim. You will like to keep this letter, said the reader, giving it to Lady Davenant. She was horribly pale and trembled, because it seemed as if everything was slipping from her. The other letters, Lord Jocelyn went on, are to the same effect. One is from a lawyer of great eminence, and the other is from a herald. You will probably like to keep them too, when I have read them." Lady Davenant took the letters, which were cruel in their kindness, and the tears came into her eyes. Lord Jocelyn went on to say that researches made in their interest in the parish registers had resulted in a discovery which might even be made into an argument against the claim. There was a foundling child baptized in the church in the same year as the young heir. He received the name of the village, with the day of the week on which he was found for Christian name. That is to say, he was called Saturday Davenant. Then, indeed, his lordship became very red, and her ladyship turned still paler, and both looked guilty. Saturday Davenant, the words in the book. Suppose they were not a date and a name, but a man's whole name instead. "He left the parish," said Lord Jocelyn, "and was reported to have gone to America." Neither of them spoke. His lordship looked slowly around the room, as if expecting that everything, even the solid mahogany of the library shelves, would vanish suddenly away. And he groaned, thinking of the dinners which would soon be things of the golden past. "But my friends," Lord Jocelyn went on, "do not be downcast. There is always a possibility of new PG 416 facts turning up. Your grandfather's name may have been really Timothy Clitheroe, in which case I have very little doubt that he was the missing heir. But he may, on the other hand, have been the Saturday Davenant, in which case he lived and died with a lie on his lips, which one would be sorry to think possible." "Well, sir, if that is so, what do you advise that we should do now?" asked the grandson of this mystery. He seemed to have become an American citizen again and to have shaken off the aristocratic manner. "What I should advise is this. You will never, most certainly never get recognition of your claim without stronger evidence than you at present offer. On the other hand, no one will refuse to admit that you have a strong case. Therefore, I would advise you to go home to your own people, to tell them what has happened, how your case was taken up and carefully considered by competent authorities." Here he named again the lawyer, the herald, and the peer, to show them their opinions, and to say that you have come back for further evidence, if you can find any, which will connect you beyond a doubt with the lost heir. "That is good advice, sir," said the claimant. "No, Clara Martha, for once I will have my own way. The connection is the weak point. We must go home and make it a strong point, else we had better stay there. I said all along that we ought not to have come. Nevertheless, I'm glad we came, Clara Martha. I shan't throw it in your teeth that we did come. I'm grateful to you for making us come. We've made good friends here and seen many things which we shouldn't otherwise have seen. And the thought of this house and the meals we've had in it, such breakfasts, such luncheons, such dinners, will never leave us, I am sure." Lady Davenant could say nothing. She saw everything torn from her at a rough blow, her title, her consideration, the envy of her fellow citizens, especially of Aurelia Tucker. She put her handkerchief to her eyes and sobbed aloud. "You should not go back as if you were defeated," Lord Jocelyn went on, in sympathy with the poor little woman. "You are as much entitled to the rank you PG 417 claim as ever. More, your case has been talked about. It is known. Should any of the antiquaries who are always grubbing about parish records find any scrap of information which may help, he will make a note of it for you. When you came, you were friendless and unknown. Now the press of England has taken you up. Your story is romantic. We are all interested in you and desirous of seeing you succeed. Before you go, you will write to the papers stating why you go and what you hope to find. All these letters and papers and proofs of the importance of your claim should be kept and shown to your friends." "We feel mean about going back, and that's a fact," said his lordship. "Still, if we must go back, why, we'd better go back with drums and trumpets than sneak back." "Ah," said his wife, "if you'd only shown that spirit from the beginning, Timothy." He collapsed. "If we go back," she continued thoughtfully, "I suppose there's some sort of work we can find between us. Old folks hadn't ought to work like the young, and I'm 65, and so is my husband. But—" She stopped with a sigh. "I am empowered by Miss Messenger," Lord Jocelyn went on, with great softness of manner, "to make you a little proposition. She thinks that it would be most desirable for you to have your hands free while you make those researches which may lead to the discoveries we hope for. Now, if you have to waste the day in work, you will never be able to make any research. Therefore, Miss Messenger proposes, if you do not mind, if you will accept, an annuity on your joint lives of $600. You may be thus relieved of all anxiety about your personal wants. And Miss Messenger begs only that you may let this annuity appear the offering of sympathizing English friends. But we don't know Miss Messenger, said her ladyship. Has she not extended her hospitality to you for 2 months and more? Is not that a proof of the interest she takes in you? Certainly it is. Why, see now, we've been living page 418 here so long that we've forgotten it is all Miss Messenger's gift. Then you will accept. Oh, Lord Jocelyn, what can we do but accept? And with grateful hearts, added his lordship, tell her that, with grateful hearts, they've a way of serving quail in her house that, he stopped and sighed. They have returned to Canaan City, they live in simple sufficiency. His lordship, when he is awake, has many tales to tell of London. His friends believe Stepney Green to be a part of Mayfair, and Mrs. Ormalac to be a distinguished though untitled ornament of London society, while as for Aurelia Tucker, who fain would scoff, there are her ladyship's beautiful and costly dresses, and her jewels, and the letters from Lord Jocelyn Le Breton and the rich Miss Messenger, and the $600 a year drawn monthly, which proclaim aloud that there is something in the claim. There are things which cannot be gainsaid. Nevertheless, no new discoveries have yet rewarded his lordship's researches. Chapter 47. A Palace of Delight. During this time, the Palace of Delight was steadily rising. Before Christmas, its walls were completed and the roof on. Then began the painting, the decorating, and the fittings, and Angela was told that the building would be handed over to her, complete according to the contract, by the 1st of March. The building was hidden away, so to speak, in a corner of vast Stepney, but already rumors were abroad concerning it and the purpose for which it was erected. They were conflicting rumors. No one knew at all what was intended by it. No one had been within the walls. No one knew who built it. The place was situated so decidedly in the very heart and core of PG 419 Stepney that the outside public knew nothing at all about it, and the rumors were confined to the small folk round it. So it rose in their midst, without being greatly regarded. No report or mention of it came to Harry's ears, so that he knew nothing of it, and suspected nothing any more than he suspected Miss Kennedy of being some other person. The 1st of March in this present year of grace, 1882, fell upon a Wednesday. Angela resolved that the opening day should be on Thursday, the 2nd, and that she would open it herself. And then another thought came into her mind, and the longer she meditated upon it, the stronger hold did the idea take upon her. The Palace of Delight was not, she said, her own conception. It was that of the man she loved. Would it not be generous, in giving this place over to the people for whom it was built, to give its real founder the one reward which he asked? Never any knight of old had been more loyal. He obeyed in the spirit as well as the letter her injunction not to speak of love. Not only did he refrain from those good words which he would fain have uttered, but he showed no impatience, grumbled not, had no fits of sulking. He waited patient. And in all other things he did her behest, working with a cheerful heart for her girls, always ready to amuse them, always at her service for things great and small, and meeting her mood with a ready sympathy. One evening, exactly a fortnight before the proposed opening day, Angela invited all the girls, and with them her faithful old captain and her servant Harry, to follow her because she had a thing to show them. She spoke with great seriousness and looked overcome with the gravity of this thing. What was she going to show them? They followed, wondering, while she led the way to the church, and then turned to the right among the narrow lanes of a part where, by some accident, none of the girls belonged. Presently she stopped before a great building. It was not lit up and seemed quite dark and empty. Outside, the planks were not yet removed, and they wore covered with gaudy advertisements, but it was too dark PG 420 to see them. There was a broad porch above the entrance, with a generously ample ascent of steps, like unto those of St. Paul's Cathedral. Angela rang a bell, and the door was opened. They found themselves in an entrance hall of some kind, imperfectly lighted by a single gas jet. There were 3 or 4 men standing about, apparently waiting for them, because one stepped forward and said, "Miss Messenger's party." "We are Miss Messenger's party," Angela replied. "Whoever we are," said Harry, "we are a great mystery to ourselves." "Patience," Angela whispered. "Part of the mystery is going to be cleared up." "Light up, Bill," said one of the men. Then the whole place passed suddenly into daylight, for it was lit by the electric globes. It was a lofty vestibule. On either side were cloakrooms, opposite were entrance doors, but what was on the other side of these entrance rooms, none of them could guess. "My friend," said Angela to Harry, "this place should be yours. It is of your creation." "What is it then?" "It is your palace of delight. Yes, nothing short of that. Will you lead me into your palace?" She took his arm while he marveled greatly and asked himself what this might mean. One of the men then opened the doors, and they entered, followed by the wondering girls. They found themselves in a lofty and very spacious hall. At the end was a kind of throne, a red velvet divan, semicircular under a canopy of red velvet. Statues stood on either side. Behind them was a great organ. Upon the walls were pictures. Above the pictures were trophies in arms, tapestry carpets, all kinds of beautiful things. Above the entrance was a gallery for musicians, and on either side were doors leading to places of which they knew nothing. Miss Kennedy led the way to the semicircular divan at the end. She took the central place and motioned the girls to arrange themselves about her. The effect of this little group sitting by themselves and in silence, PG 421, at the end of the great hall, was very strange and wonderful. "My dears," she said after a moment, and the girls saw that her eyes were full of tears. "My dears, I have got a wonderful story to tell you. Listen. There was a girl once who had the great misfortune to be born rich. It is a thing which many people desire. She, however, who had it knew what a misfortune it might become to her. For the possessor of great wealth, more especially if it be a woman, attracts all the designing and wicked people in the world, all the rogues and all the pretended philanthropists to her, as wasps are attracted by honey, and presently, by sad experience, she gets to look on all mankind as desirous only of robbing and deceiving her. This is a dreadful condition of mind to fall into, because it stands in the way of love and friendship and trust, and all the sweet confidences which make us happy. This girl's name was Messenger. Now, when she was quite young, she knew what was going to happen unless she managed somehow differently from other women in her unhappy position. And she determined, as a first step, to get rid of a large quantity of her wealth, so that the cupidity of the robbers might be diverted. Now she had a humble friend, only a dressmaker, who, for reasons of her own, loved her and would have served her if she could, and this dressmaker came to live at the East End of London. And she saw that the girls who have to work for their bread are treated in such a way that slavery would be a better lot for most of them. For they have to work 12 hours in the day, and sometimes more. They sit in close, hot rooms poisoned by gas. They get no change of position as the day goes on. They have no holiday, no respite, save on Sunday. They draw miserable wages, and they are indifferently fed. So that she thought one good thing Miss Messenger could do was to help those girls, and this was how our association was founded. "But we shall thank you, all the same," said Nellie. Then another thing happened. There was a young gentleman, Angela went on, staying at the East End too. He called himself a working man, said he was PG 422, the son of a sergeant in the army, but everybody knew he was a gentleman. This dressmaker made his acquaintance and talked with him a great deal. He was full of ideas, and one day he proposed that we should have a palace of delight. It would cost a great deal of money, but they talked as if they had that sum and more at their disposal. They arranged it all, they provided for everything. When the scheme was fully drawn up, the dressmaker took it to Miss Messenger. "Oh, my dear girls, this is the Palace of Delight. It is built as they proposed, it is finished, it is our own, and here is its inventor." She took Harry's hand. He stood beside her, gazing upon her impassioned face, but he was silent. "It looks cold and empty now, but when you see it on the opening day, when you come here night after night, when you get to feel the place to be a part, and the best part of your life, then remember that what Miss Messenger did was nothing compared with what this young gentleman did, for he invented it." "Now," she said, rising, they were all too much astonished to make any demonstration. "Now let us examine the building. This hall is your great reception room. You will use it for the ball nights, when you give your great dances. 1,000 couples may dance here without crowding. On wet days it is to be the playground of the children. It will hold a couple of thousand without jostling against each other. There is the gallery for the music, as soon as you have got any. She led the way to a door on the right. This, she said, is your theatre. It was like a Roman theatre, being built in the form of a semicircle, tier above tier, having no distinction in places, save that some were nearer the stage and some further off. Here, she said, you will act. Do not think that players will be found for you. If you want a theatre, you must find your own actors. If you want an orchestra, you must find your own for your theatre, because in this place everything will be done by yourselves. Page 423. They came out of the theatre. There was one other door on that side of the hall. This, said Angela, opening it, is the concert room. It has an organ and a piano and a platform. When you have got people who can play and sing, you will give concerts. They crossed the hall. On the other side were two more great rooms, each as big as the theatre and the concert room. One was a gymnasium, fitted up with bars and ropes, and parallel rods and trapezes. This is for the young men, said Angela. They will be stimulated by prizes to become good gymnasts. The other room is the library. Here they may come, when they please, to read and study. It was a noble room, fitted with shelves and the beginning of a great library. Let us go upstairs, said Angela. Upstairs the rooms were all small, but there were a great many of them. Thus there were billiard rooms, card rooms, rooms with chess, dominoes, and backgammon tables laid out, smoking rooms for men alone, tea and coffee rooms, rooms where women could sit by themselves if they pleased, and a room where all kinds of refreshments were to be procured. Above these was a second floor, which was called the school. This consisted of a great number of quite small rooms, fitted with desks, tables, and whatever else might be necessary. Some of these rooms were called music rooms, and were intended for instruction and practice on different instruments. Others were for painting, drawing, sculpture, modeling, wood carving, leatherwork, brasswork, embroidery, lacework, and all manner of small arts. In the Palace of Delight, said Angela, we shall not be like a troop of revelers, thinking of nothing but dance and song and feasting. We shall learn something every day. We shall all belong to some class. Those of us who know already will teach the rest. And oh, the best part of all has to be told. Everything in the palace will be done for nothing except the mere cleaning and keeping in order. And if anybody is paid anything, it will be at the rate of a working man's wage, no more. For this is our own palace, the Club PG 424 of the working people. We will not let anybody make money out of it. We shall use it for ourselves, and we shall make our enjoyment by ourselves. All this is provided in the deed of trust, by which Miss Messenger hands over the building to the people. There are 3 trustees. One of these, of course, is you, Mr. Goslet. I have been so lost in amazement, said Harry, that I have been unable to speak. Is this, in very truth, the Palace of Delight that we have battled over so long and so often? It is none other, and you are a trustee to carry out the intentions of the founder yourself. They went downstairs again to the great hall. Captain Sorensen, Angela whispered, will you go home with the girls? I will follow in a few minutes. Harry and Angela were left behind in the hall. She called the man in charge of the electric light and said something to him. Then he went away and turned down the light, and they were standing in darkness, save for the bright moon which shone through the windows and fell upon the white statues and made them look like 2 ghosts themselves, standing among rows of other ghosts. Harry, said Angela. Do not mock me, he replied. I am in a dream. This is not real, the place. It is your own Palace of Delight. It will be given to the people in a fortnight. Are you pleased with your creation? Pleased, and you? I am greatly pleased. Harry, it was the first time she had called him by his Christian name. I promised I would tell you, if the time should come. Has the time come? Oh, my dear love, has the time come? There is nothing in the way, but oh, Harry, are you in the same mind? No, wait a moment. She held him by the wrists. Remember what you are doing. Will you choose a lifetime of work among PG 425 working people? You can go back now to your old life, but perhaps you will not be able to go back then. I have chosen long ago. You know my choice, oh love, my love. Then, Harry, if it will make you happy, are you quite sure it will? You shall marry me on the day when the palace is opened. You are sure, she said presently, that you can love me, though I am only a dressmaker. Could I love you, he replied passionately, if you were anything else? You have never told me, he said presently, your Christian name. It is Angela. Angela, I should have known it could have been no other. Angela, kind heaven surely sent you down to stay a while with me. If, in time to come, you should be ever unhappy with me, dear, if you should not be able to bear any longer with my faults, you would leave me and go back to the heaven whence you came. They parted that night on the steps of Mrs. Bormalak's dingy old boarding house, to both so dear. But Harry, for half the night, paced the pavement, trying to calm the tumult of his thoughts. A life of work with Angela, why how small, how pitiful seemed all other kinds of life in which Angela was not concerned. Chapter 48. My Lady Sweet. My story, alas, has come to an end according to the nature of all earthly things. The love vows are exchanged, the girl has given herself to the man, rich or poor. My friends, if you come to think of it, no girl is so rich that she can give more, or so poor that she can give less, than herself, and in love one asks not for more or less. Even the day is appointed, and nothing is going to happen which will prevent the blessed page 426 wedding bells from ringing, or the clergyman from the sacred joining together of man and of maid, till death do part them. What more to tell? We ought to drop the curtain while the moonlight pours through the windows of the silent palace upon the lovers, while the gods and goddesses, nymphs, naiads, and oreads in marble look on in sympathetic joy. They too, in the far-off ages, among the woods and springs of Hellas, lived and loved, though their forests know them no more. Yet, because this was no ordinary marriage, and because we are sorry to part with Angela before the day when she begins her wedded life, we must fain tell of what passed in that brief fortnight before the palace was opened, and Angela's great and noble dream became a reality. There was, first of all, a great deal of business to be set in order. Angela had interviews with her lawyers, and settlements had to be drawn up about which Harry knew nothing, though he would have to sign them. Then there were the trust deeds for the palace. Angela named Harry, Dick Coppin, the old chartist, now her firm and fast friend, and Lord Jocelyn, as joint trustees. They were to see, first of all, that no one got anything out of the palace unless it might be workmen's wages for work done. They were to carry out the spirit of the house in making the place support and feed itself, so that whatever amusements, plays, dances, interludes, or mummeries were set afoot, all might be by the people themselves for themselves, and they were to do their utmost to keep out of the discordant elements of politics, religion, and party controversy. All the girls knew by this time that Miss Kennedy was to be married on the 2nd of March, the day when the palace was to be opened. They also learned, because the details were arranged and talked over every evening, that the opening would be on a very grand scale indeed. Miss Messenger herself was coming to hand it over in person to the trustees on behalf of the people of Stepney and Whitecapel. There was to be the acting of a play in the new theatre, a recital on the new organ, the performance of a concert in the new concert room, playing all the evening long by a military band, some sort of general entertainment, and the whole was to be terminated by a gigantic supper given PG 427 by Miss Messenger herself, to which 1,500 guests were bidden, namely, first, all the employees of the brewery with their wives, if they had any, from the chief brewer and the chief accountant down to the humblest boy in the establishment, and secondly, all the girls in the association, with 2 or 3 guests for each, and thirdly, a couple of hundred or so chosen from a list drawn up by Dick Coppin and the cobbler and Harry. As for Harry, he had now, by Angela's recommendation, resigned his duties at the brewery, in order to throw his whole time into the arrangement for the opening day, and this so greatly occupied him that he sometimes even forgot what the day would mean to him. The invitations were sent in Miss Messenger's own name. They were all accepted, although there was naturally some little feeling of irritation at the brewery when it became known that there was to be a general sitting down of all together. Miss Messenger also expressed her wish that the only beverage at the supper should be Messenger's beer, and that of the best quality. The banquet, in imitation of the Lord Mayor's dinner on the 9th of November, was to be a cold one, and solid, with plenty of ices, jellies, puddings, and fruit. But there was something said about glasses of wine for every guest after supper. "I suppose," said Angela, talking over this pleasant disposition of things with Harry, "that she means one or two toasts to be proposed. The first should be to the success of the palace. The second, I think," and she blushed, "will be the health of you, Harry, and of me." "I think so much of you," said Harry, "all day long, that I never think of Miss Messenger at all. Tell me what she is like, this giver and dispenser of princely gifts. I suppose she really is the owner of boundless wealth." "She has several millions, if you call that boundless. She has been a very good friend to me, and will continue so." "You know her well." "I know her very well. Oh, Harry, do not ask me any more about her or myself. When we are married, page 428, I will tell you all about the friendship of Miss Messenger to me. You trust me, do you not?" "Trust you, oh Angela." "My secret, such as it is not a shameful one, Harry, and it has to do with the very girl, this Miss Messenger. Leave me with it till the day of our wedding. I wonder how far your patience will endure my secrets, for here is another. You know that I have a little money." "I am afraid, my Angela," said Harry, laughing, "that you must have made a terrible hole in it since you came here. Little or much, what does it matter to us? Haven't we got the 2,000? Think of that tremendous lump." "What can it matter?" she cried. "Oh, Harry, I thank heaven for letting me, too, have this great gift of sweet and disinterested love. I thought it would never come to me." "To whom, then, should it come?" "Don't, Harry, or yes, go on thinking me all that you say, because it may help to make me all that you think. But that is not what I wanted to say. Would you mind very much, Harry, if I asked you to take my name?" "I will take any name you wish, Angela. If I am your husband, what does it matter about any other name? And then one other thing, Harry, will your guardian give his consent?" "Yes, I can answer for him that he will, and he will come to the wedding if I ask him." "Then ask him, Harry." "So," said Lord Jocelyn, "the dressmaker has relented, has she? Why, that is well, and I am to give my consent. My dear boy, I only want you to be happy. Besides, I am quite sure and certain that you will be happy." "Everybody is, if he marries the woman he loves," said the young man sententiously. "Yes, yes, if he goes on loving the woman he has married. However, Harry, you have my best wishes and consent, since you are good enough to ask for it. PG 429, wait a bit." He got up and began to search about in drawers and desks. "I must give your fiancée a present, Harry. See, here is something good. Will you give her, with my best love and good wishes, this? It was once my mother's." Harry looked at the god, set with pearls and rubies in old-fashioned style. "Is it not," he asked, "rather too splendid for a poor people in our position?" Lord Jocelyn laughed aloud. "Nothing," he said, "can be too splendid for a beautiful woman. Give it her, Harry, and tell her I am glad she has consented to make you happy. Tell her I am more than glad, Harry. Say that I most heartily thank her. Yes, thank her. Tell her that. Say that I thank her from my heart." As the day drew near, the girls became possessed of a great fear. It seemed to all as if things were going to undergo some great and sudden change. They knew that the house was secured to them free of rent, but they were going to lose their queen, that presiding spirit who not only kept them together, but also kept them happy. In her presence, there were no little tempers, and jealousies were forgotten. When she was with them, they were all on their best behavior. Now it is an odd thing in girls, and I really think myself privileged, considering my own very small experience of the sex, in being the first to have discovered this important truth, that, whereas to boys good behavior is too often a gene and a bore, girls prefer behaving well. They are happiest when they are good, nicely dressed, and sitting all in a row with company manners. But who, when Miss Kennedy went away, would lead them in the drawing-room? The change, however, was going to be greater than they knew or guessed. The drawing-room itself would become before many days a thing of the past, but the palace would take its place. They all brought gifts. They were simple things, but they were offered with willing and grateful hearts. Rebecca brought the one volume of her father's library, which was well bound. It was a work written in imitation of Hervey's Meditations, and dwelt principally with tombs, and was therefore peculiarly page 430 appropriate as a wedding present. Nellie brought a ring which had been her mother's, and was so sacred to her that she felt it must be given to Miss Kennedy. The other girls gave worked handkerchiefs and collars and such little things. Angela looked at the table on which she had spread all her wedding presents. The plated teapot from Mrs. Bormalac, the girls' work, Nellie's ring, Rebecca's book, Lord Jocelyn's bracelet. She was happier with these trifles than if she had received in Portman Square the hundreds of gifts and jewelled things which would have poured in for the young heiress. And in the short fortnight she thought for everybody. Josephus received a message that he might immediately retire on the pension which he would have received had he been fortunate in promotion and been compelled to go by ill health. In other words, he was set free with £300 a year for life. He may now be seen any day in the Mile End Road or on Stepney Green, dressed in the fashion of a young man of 21 or so, walking with elastic step, because he is so young, yet manifesting a certain gravity, as becomes one who attends the evening lectures of the Beaumont Institute in French and arithmetic and takes a class on the Sabbath in connection with the Wesleyan body. After all, a man is only as old as he feels, and why should not Josephus, whose youth was cruelly destroyed, feel young again now that his honor has been restored to him? On the morning before the wedding, Angela paid 2 visits of considerable importance. The first was to Daniel Fagg, to whom she carried a small parcel. "My friend," she said, "I have observed your impatience about your book. Your publisher thought that, as you are inexperienced in correcting proofs, it would be best to have the work done for you. And here, I am truly happy to say, is the book itself." He tore the covering from the book and seized it as a mother would seize her child. "My book," he gasped, "my book." Yes, his book, bound in sober cloth, with an equilateral triangle on the cover for simple ornament. The Primitive Alphabet by Daniel Fagg, my book. Page 431. Angela explained to him that his passage to Melbourne was taken and that he would sail in a week, and that a small sum of money would be put into his hands on landing, and that 100 copies of the book would be sent to Australia for him, with more if he wanted them. But she talked to idle ears, for Daniel was turning over the leaves and devouring the contents of his book. "At all events," said Angela, "I have made one man happy." Then she walked to the Trinity Almshouse and sought her old friend, Captain Sorensen. To him she told her whole story from the very beginning, begging only that he would keep her secret till the next evening. "But of course," said the sailor, "I knew all along that you were a lady born and bred. You might deceive the folk here, who have no chance, poor things, of knowing a lady when they see one. How should they? But you could not deceive a man who's had his quarterdeck full of ladies. The only question in my mind was, why you did it. You did not think that what Bunker said was true, did you, Captain Sorensen?" "Nay," he replied, "Bunker never liked you, and how I am to thank you enough for all you've done for my poor girl." "Thank me by continuing to be my dear friend and adviser," said Angela, "if I thought it would pleasure you to live out of this place." "No, no," said the captain, "I could not take your money. Anyone may accept the provision of the asylum and be grateful." "I knew you would say so. Stay on, then, Captain Sorensen, and as regards Nellie, my dear and fond Nellie." It needs not to tell what she said and promised on behalf of Nellie. And at the house, the girls were trying on the new white frocks and white bonnets in which they were to go to the wedding. They were all bridesmaids, but Nellie had the post of honor. Page 432. Chapter 49. Uprouse ye then, my merry, merry men. At 9 in the morning, Harry presented himself at the house, no longer his own, for the signing of certain papers. The place was closed for a holiday, but the girls were already assembling in the showroom, getting their dresses laid out, trying on their gloves, and chattering like birds up in the branches on a fine spring morning. He found Angela sitting with an elderly gentleman, none other than the senior partner of the firm of her solicitors. He had a quantity of documents on the table before him, and as Harry opened the door, he heard these remarkable words. So the young man does not know, even at the 11th hour. What it was he would learn, Harry cared not to inquire. He had been told that there was a secret of some sort which he would learn in the course of the day. "These papers, Harry," said his bride, "are certain documents which you have to sign, connected with that little fortune of which I told you." "I hope," said Harry, "that the fortune, whatever it is, has all been settled upon yourself absolutely." "You will find, young gentleman," said the solicitor gravely, "that ample justice, generous justice, has been done you. Very well, I will say no more. Do you want me to sign without reading, Angela? If you will so far trust me." He took the pen and signed where he was told to sign, without reading one word. If he had been ordered to sign away his life and liberty, he would have done so blindly and cheerfully at Angela's bidding. The deed was signed, and the act of signature was witnessed. So that was done. There now remained only the ceremony. While the solicitor, who evidently disliked the whole proceeding as irregular and dangerous, was putting up the papers, Angela took her lover's hands, pg 433, in hers, and looked into his face with her frank and searching look. "You do not repent, my poor Harry?" "Repent? You might have done so much better. You might have married a lady." The solicitor, overhearing these words, sat down and rubbed his nose with an unprofessional smile. "Shall I not marry a lady? You might have found a rich bride. You might have led a lazy life, with nothing to do, instead of which, oh, Harry, there is still time. We are not due at the church for half an hour yet. Think, do you deliberately choose a life of work and ambition, with perhaps poverty?" At this point, the solicitor rose from his chair and walked softly to the window, where he remained for 5 minutes looking out upon Stepney Green with his back to the lovers. If Harry had been watching him, he would have remarked a curious tremulous movement of the shoulders. "There is one thing more, Harry, that I have to ask you." "Of course, you have only to ask me, whatever it is. Could I refuse you anything who will give me so much?" Their fingers were interlaced, their eyes were looking into each other. No, he could refuse her nothing. "I give you much. Oh, Harry, what is a woman's gift of herself?" Harry restrained himself. The solicitor might be sympathetic, but on the whole, it was best to act as if he were not. Law has little to do with love. Cupid has never yet been represented with the long gown. "It is a strange request, Harry. It is connected with my little foolish secret. You will let me go away directly the service is over, and you will consent not to see me again until the evening, when I shall return. You, with all the girls, will meet me in the porch of the palace at 7 o'clock exactly. And as Miss Messenger will come too, you will make perhaps your last appearance, my poor boy, in the character of a modern English gentleman in pg 434 evening dress. Tell your best man that he is to give his arm to Nellie. The other girls will follow 2 and 2. Oh, Harry, the first sound of the organ in your palace will be your own wedding march. The first festival in your palace will be in your own honor. Is not that what it should be? In your honor, dear, not mine. And Miss Messenger, are we to give no honor to her who built the palace?" "Oh, yes, yes, yes." She put the question by with a careless gesture. "But anyone who happened to have the money could do such a simple thing. The honor is yours because you invented it." "From your hands, Angela, I will take all the honor that you please to give. So am I doubly honored." There were no wedding bells at all. The organ was mute. The parish church of Stepney was empty. The spectators of the marriage were Mrs. Bormalack and Captain Sorensen, besides the girls and the bridegroom, and Dick, his best man. The captain in the Salvation Army might have been present as well. He had been asked, but he was lying on the sick-bed from which he was never to rise again. Lord and Lady Davenant were there, the former sleek, well-contented, well-dressed in broadcloth of the best, the latter agitated, restless, humiliated, because she had lost the thing she came across the Atlantic to claim, and was going home, after the splendor of the last 3 months, to the monotonous level of Canaan City. Who could love Canaan City after the West End of London? What woman would look forward with pleasure to the dull and uneventful days, the local politics, the chapel squabbles, the little gatherings for tea and supper, after the enjoyment of a carriage and pair and unlimited theaters, operas and concerts and footmen, and such dinners as the average American, or the average Englishman either, seldom arrives at seeing, even in visions. Sweet content was gone, and though Angela meant well, and it was kind of her to afford the ambitious lady a glimpse of that great world into which she desired to enter, the sight, even this Pisgah glimpse, of a social paradise to which she could never belong, PG 435, destroyed her peace of mind, and she will for the rest of her life lie on a rock deploring. Not so her husband. His future is assured. He can eat and drink plentifully. He can sleep all the morning undisturbed. He is relieved of the anxieties connected with his case, and though the respect due to rank is not recognized in the States, he has to bear none of its responsibilities and has altogether abandoned the grand manner. At the same time, as one who very nearly became a British peer, his position in Canaan City is enormously raised. They then were in the church. They drove thither, not in Miss Messenger's carriage, but with Lord Jocelyn. They arrived a quarter of an hour before the ceremony. When the curate who was to perform the ceremony arrived, Lord Jocelyn sought him in the vestry and showed him a special license by which it was pronounced lawful and even laudable for Harry Goslet, bachelor, to take unto wife Angela Marston Messenger, spinster. And at sight of that name did the curate's knees begin to tremble and his hands to shake. Angela Marston Messenger, is it then, he asked, the great heiress? It is none other, said Lord Jocelyn, and she marries my ward, here is my card, by special license. But, is it a clandestine marriage? Not at all. There are reasons why Miss Messenger desires to be married in Stepney. With them we have nothing to do. She has, of late, associated herself with many works of benevolence, but anonymously. In fact, my dear sir, here Lord Jocelyn looked profoundly knowing, my ward, the bridegroom, has always known her under another name, and even now does not know whom he is marrying. When we sign the books we must, just to keep the secret a little longer, manage that he shall write his own name without seeing the names of the bride. This seemed very irregular in the eyes of the curate, and at first he was for referring the matter to the rector, but finally gave in, on the understanding that he was to be no party to any concealment. Page 436. And presently the wedding party walked slowly up the aisle, and Harry, to his great astonishment, saw his bride on Lord Jocelyn's arm. There were cousins of the messengers in plenty who should have done this duty, but Angela would invite none of them. She came alone to Stepney. She lived and worked in the place alone. She wanted no consultation or discussion with the cousins. She would tell them when all was done, and she knew very well that so great an heiress as herself could do nothing but what is right, when one has time to recover from the shock and to settle down and think things over. No doubt, though we have nothing to do with the outside world in this story, there was a tremendous rustling of skirts, shaking of heads, tossing of curls, wagging of tongues, and uplifting of hands, the next morning when Angela's cards were received, and the news was in all the papers. And there was such a run upon interjections that the vocabulary broke down, and people were fain to cry to one another in foreign tongues. For thus the announcement ran. On Thursday, March 20, at the parish church, Stepney, Harry, son of the late Samuel Goslet, sergeant in the 120th Regiment of the Line, to Angela Marston, daughter of the late John Marston Messenger, and granddaughter of the late John Messenger, of Portman Square and Whitechapel. This was a pretty blow among the cousins. The greatest heiress in England, who they had hoped would marry a duke, or a marquis, or an earl at least, had positively and actually married the son of a common soldier, well, a non-commissioned officer, the same thing. What did it mean? What could it mean? Others who knew Harry and his story, who had sympathy with him on account of his many qualities, who owned that the obscurity of his birth was but an accident, shared with him by many of the most worthy, excellent, brilliant, useful, well-bred, delightful men of the world, rejoiced over the strange irony of fate which had first lifted this soldier's son out of the PG 437 gutter, and then, with apparent malignity, dropped him back again, only, however, to raise him once more far higher than before. For indeed, the young man was now rich, with his vats and his mash tubs, his millions of casks, his old and his mild and his bitter, and his family at 9 shillings the 9-gallon cask, and his accumulated millions, beyond the potential dream of avarice. If he chooses to live more than half his time in Whitechapel, that is no concern of anybody's. And if his wife chooses to hold a sort of court at the abandoned East, to surround herself with people unheard of in society, not to say out of it, why should she not? Any of the royal princes might have done the same thing if they had chosen and had been well advised. Further, if between them, Angela and her husband have established a superior aquarium, a glorified crystal palace, in which all the shows are open, all the performers are drilled and trained amateurs, and all the work actually is done for nothing, in which the management is by the people themselves, who will have no interference from priest or parson, rector or curate, philanthropist or agitator, and no patronage from society's well-intentioned young ladies, meddling benevolent persons, and officious promoters, starters, and shovers along, with half an eye fixed on heaven and the remaining eye and a half on their own advancement. If, in fact, they choose to do these things, why not? It is an excellent way of spending their time and a change from the monotony of society. Again, it is said that Harry, now Harry Messenger by the provision of old John Messenger's will, is the president, or the chairman, or the honorary secretary, in fact, the spring and stay and prop of a new and most formidable union or association, which threatens, unless it be nipped in the bud, very considerable things of the greatest importance to the country. It is, in fact, a league of working men for the promotion and advancement of their own interests. Its prospectus sets forth that, having looked in vain among the candidates for the House of Commons for any representative who had been in the past, or was likely to be in the future, of the slightest use to them in the House, having found that neither Conservatives, nor Liberals, nor PG 438 Radicals have ever been, or are ever likely to be, prepared with any real measure which should in the least concern themselves and their own wants, and fully recognizing the fact that in the debates of the House, the interests of labor and the duties of government toward the laboring classes are never recognized or understood, the working men of the country hereby form themselves into a general league or union, which shall have no other object whatever than the study of their own rights and interests. The question of wages will be left to the different unions, except in such cases where there is no union, or where the men are inarticulate, as in the leading case, now some 10 years old, of the gas stokers, through ignorance and drink. And the immediate questions before the union will be, first, the dwelling houses of the working men, which are to be made clean, safe, and healthy. Next, their food and drink, which are to be unadulterated, pure, and genuine, and are to pass through no more hands than is necessary, and to be distributed at the actual cost price without the intervention of small shops. Next, instruction, for which purpose the working men will elect their own school boards, and burn all the foolish reading books at present in use, and abolish spelling as a part of education, and teach the things necessary for all trades. Next, clothing, which will be made for them by their own men working for themselves, without troubling the employers of labor at all. Next, a newspaper of their own, which will refuse any place to political agitators, leaders, partisans, and professional talkers, and be devoted to the questions which really concern working men, and especially the question of how best to employ the power which is in their hands, and report continually what is doing, what must be done, and how it must be done. And lastly, emigration, so that in every family it shall be considered necessary for some to go, and the whole country shall be mapped out into districts, and only a certain number be allowed to remain. Now the world being so small as it is, and Englishmen and Scotchmen being so masterful that they must needs go straight to the front and stay there, it cannot but happen that the world will presently, that is, in PG 439 2 generations, or 3 at the most, be overrun with the good old English blood, whereupon, till the round earth gets too small, which will not happen for another 10,000 years or so, there will be the purest, most delightful, and most heavenly millennium. Rich people may come into it if they please, but they will not be wanted. In fact, rich people will die out, and it will soon come to be considered an unhappy thing, as it undoubtedly is, to be born rich. Whose daughters ye are, concluded the curate, closing his book, as long as ye do well, and are not afraid with any amazement. He led the way into the vestry, where the book lay open, and sitting at the table, he made the proper entries. Then Harry took his place and signed. Now, behold, as he took the pen in his hand, Lord Jocelyn artfully held blotting paper in readiness and in such a manner as to hide the name of the bride. Then Angela signed, then the witnesses, Lord Jocelyn and Captain Sorensen. And then there was shaking of hands and kissing. And before they came away, the curate ventured timidly to whisper congratulations and that he had no idea of the honor. And then Angela stopped him and bade him to her wedding feast that evening at the new Palace of Delight. Then Lord Jocelyn distributed largesse, the largest kind of largesse, among the people of the church. But it surely was the strangest of weddings, for when they reached the church door the bride and bridegroom kissed each other, and then he placed her in the carriage, in which the Davenants and Lord Jocelyn also seated themselves, and so they drove off. "We shall see her again tonight," said Harry. "Come, Dick, we have got a long day to got through, 7 hours. Let us go for a walk. I can't sit down, I can't rest, I can't do anything. Let us go for a walk and wrangle." They left the girls and strode away, and did not return until it was past 6 o'clock, and already growing dark. The girls, in dreadful lowness of spirits, and feeling PG 440 as flat as so many pancakes, returned to their house and sat down with their hands in their laps, to do nothing for 7 hours. Did one ever hear that the maidens at a marriage, do the customs of any country present an example of such a thing, return to the bride's house without either bride or bridegroom? Did one ever hear of a marriage where the groom left the bride at the church door and went away for a 6 hours' walk? As for Captain Sorensen, he went to the palace and pottered about, getting snubbed by the persons in authority. There was still much to be done before the evening, but there was time, all would be done. Presently he went away, but he too was restless and agitated. He could not rest at home. The possession of the secret, the thought of his daughter's future, the strange and unlooked-for happiness that had come to him in his old age, these things agitated him, nor could even his fiddle bring him any consolation, and the peacefulness of the almshouse, which generally soothed him, this day irritated him. Therefore he wandered about, and presently appeared at the house, where he took dinner with the girls, and they talked about what would happen. The first thing that happened was the arrival of a cart, a spring cart, with the name of a Regent Street firm upon it. The men took out a great quantity of parcels and brought them into the showroom. All the girls ran down to see what it meant, because on so great a day everything, said Nellie, must mean something. "Name of Hermitage?" asked the man. "This is for you, miss." "Name of Sorensen?" "This is for you." And so on, a parcel for every one of the girls. Then he went away, and they all looked at each other. "Hadn't you better," asked Captain Sorensen, "open the parcels, girls?" They opened them. Oh, age! Behold, for every girl such a present as none of them had ever imagined. The masculine pen cannot describe the sweet things which they found there, not silks and PG 441 satins, but pretty things, with boots, because dressmakers are apt to be shabby in the matter of boots, and with handkerchiefs and pretty scarfs and gloves and serviceable things of all sorts. More than this, there was a separate parcel tied up in white paper for every girl, and on it, in pencil, for the wedding supper at the Palace of Delight. And in it gauze or lace for bridemaid's headdress, and white kid gloves, and a necklace with a locket, and inside the locket a portrait of Miss Kennedy, and outside her Christian name, Angela. Also for each girl a little note, for with Miss Messenger's love. But for Nellie, whose parcel was like Benjamin's mess, the note was, "For Nellie, with Miss Messenger's kindest love." "That," said Rebecca, but without jealousy, "is because you were Miss Kennedy's favorite." "Well, Miss Messenger must be fond of her, and no wonder." "No wonder at all," said Captain Sorensen. And nobody guessed, nobody had the least suspicion. While they were all admiring and wondering, Mrs. Bormalack ran over breathless. "My dears," she cried, "look what's come. Nothing less than a beautiful black silk dress." "Now go away, Captain Sorensen," she said. "You men are only hindering, and we've got to try on things. Oh, good gracious, to think that Miss Messenger would remember me, of all people in the world. To be sure, Mr. Bormalack was one of her collectors, and she may have heard about me." "No," said Rebecca, "it is through Miss Kennedy. No one has been forgotten who knew her." At 7 o'clock that evening, the great hall of the palace was pretty well filled with guests. Some of them, armed with white wands, acted as stewards, and it was understood that on the arrival of Miss Messenger, a lane was to be formed, and the procession to the dais at the end of the hall was to pass through that lane. Outside in the vestibule stood the wedding party, waiting, the bridegroom with his best man, and the bridesmaids in their white dresses, flowing gauze and PG 442 necklaces, and gloves and flowers, a very sweet and beautiful bevy of girls. Harry, for the last time in his life, he thought with a sigh, in evening dress. Within the hall there were strange rumors flying about. It was said that Miss Messenger herself had been married that morning, and that the procession would be for her wedding, but others knew better. It was Miss Kennedy's wedding. She had married Harry Goslet, the man they called Gentleman Jack, and Miss Kennedy, everybody knew, was patronized by Miss Messenger. At 7:10, 2 carriages drew up. From the first of these descended Harry's bride, led by Lord Jocelyn, and from the second, the Davenants. Yes, Harry's bride. But whereas in the morning she had been dressed in a plain white frock and white bonnet like her bridesmaids, she was now arrayed in white satin, mystic, wonderful, with white veil and white flowers, and round her white throat a necklace of sparkling diamonds, and diamonds in her hair. Harry stepped forward with beating heart. "Take her, boy," said Lord Jocelyn proudly, "but you have married, not Miss Kennedy at all, but Angela Messenger." Harry took his bride's hand in a kind of stupor. What did Lord Jocelyn mean? "Forgive me, Harry," she said. "Say you forgive me." Then he raised her veil and kissed her forehead before them all. But he could not speak, because all in a moment the sense of what this would mean poured upon his brain in a great wave, and he would fain have been alone. It was Miss Kennedy, indeed, but glorified into a great lady. Oh, oh, Miss Messenger. The girls, frightened, were shrinking together. Even Rebecca was afraid at the great and mighty name of Messenger. Angela went among them and kissed them all with words of encouragement. "Can you not love me, Nellie," she said, "as well when I am rich as when I was poor?" Then the chief officers of the brewery advanced, offering congratulations in timid accents, because they PG 443 knew now that Miss Kennedy, the dressmaker, of whom such hard things had been sometimes said in their own presence and by their own wives, was no other than the sole partner in the brewery, and that her husband had worked among them for a daily wage. What did these things mean? They made respectable men afraid. One person there was, however, who at sight of Miss Messenger, for whom he was waiting with anxious heart, having a great desire to present his own case of unrewarded zeal, turned pale, and broke through the crowd with violence and fled. It was Uncle Bunker. And then the stewards appeared at the open doors, and the procession was formed. First the stewards themselves, being all clerks of the brewery, walked proudly at the head, carrying their white wands like rifles. Next came Harry and the bride, at sight of whom the guests shouted and roared. Next came Dick Coppin with Nellie, and Lord Jocelyn with Rebecca, and the chief brewer with Lady Davenant, of course in her black velvet and war paint, and Lord Davenant with Mrs. Bormalac, and the chief accountant with another bridesmaid, and Captain Sorensen with another, and then the rest. Then the organ burst into a wedding march, rolling and pealing about the walls and roof of the mighty hall, and amid its melodious thunder and the shouts of the wedding guests, Harry led his bride slowly through the lane of curious and rejoicing faces till they reached the dais. When all were arranged, with the bride seated in the middle, her husband standing at her right, and the bridesmaids grouped behind them, Lord Jocelyn stepped to the front and read in a loud voice part of the deed of gift, which he then gave with a profound bow to Angela, who placed it in her husband's hands. Then she stepped forward and raised her veil, and stood before them all, beautiful as the day, and with tears in her eyes. Yet she spoke in firm and clear accents which all could hear. It was her first and last public speech, for Angela belongs to that rapidly diminishing body of women who prefer to let the men do all the public speaking. "My dear friends," she said, "my kind friends, IP 444 wish first that you should clearly understand that this palace has been invented and designed for you by my husband. All I have done is to build it. Now it is yours with all it contains. I pray God that it may be used worthily and for the joy and happiness of all. I declare this palace of delight open, the property of the people, to be administered and governed by them, and them alone, in trust for each other." This was all she said, and the people cheered again, and the organ played, God Save the Queen. With this simple ceremony was the Palace of Delight thrown open to the world. What better beginning could it have than a wedding party? What better omen could there be than that the palace, like the Garden of Eden, should begin with the happiness of a wedded pair? At this point there presented itself, to those who drew up the program, a grave practical difficulty. It was this: the palace could only be declared open in the Great Hall itself. Also, it could be only in the Great Hall that the banquet could take place. Now how were the 1,500 guests to be got out of the way and amused while the tables were laid and the cloth spread? There could not be, it is true, the splendor and costly plate and epergnes and flowers of my Lord Mayor's great dinner, but ornament of some kind there must be upon the tables. And even with an army of drilled waiters, it takes time to lay covers for 1,500 people. But there was no confusion. Once more the procession was formed and marched round the hall, headed by the band of the guards, visiting first the gymnasium, then the library, then the concert room, and lastly the theater. Here they paused, and the bridal party took their seats. The people poured in. When every seat was taken, the stewards invited the rest into the concert room. In the theater a little sparkling comedy was played. In the concert room a troupe of singers discoursed sweet madrigals and glees. Outside, the waiters ran backward and forward as busy as Diogenes with his tub, but more to the purpose. When in something over an hour, the performances PG 445 were finished, the stewards found that the tables were laid, one running down the whole length of the hall, and shorter ones across the hall. Everybody had a card with his place upon it. There was no confusion, and while trumpeters blared a welcome, they all took their places in due order. Angela and her husband sat in the middle of the long table. At Angela's left hand was Lord Jocelyn, at Harry's right Lady Davenant. Opposite the bride and bridegroom sat the chief brewer and the chief accountant. The bridesmaids spread out right and left. All Angela's friends and acquaintances of Stepney Green were there, except three. For old Mr. Maliphant was sitting as usual in the boarding-house, conversing with unseen persons and laughing and brandishing a pipe, and with him Daniel Fagg sat hugging his book. And in his own office sat Bunker, sick at heart, for he remembered his officious private letter to Miss Messenger, and he felt that he had indeed gone and done it. The rest of the long table was filled up by the clerks and superior officers of the brewery. At the shorter tables sat the rest of the guests, including even the draymen and errand boys. And so the feast began, while the band of the guards played for them. It was a royal feast, with the most magnificent cold sirloins of roast beef and rounds of salt beef, legs of mutton, saddles of mutton, loins of veal, ribs of pork, legs of pork, great hams, huge turkeys, capons, fowls, ducks, and geese, all done to a turn, so that the honest guests fell to, with a mighty will, and wished that such a wedding might come once a month at least, with such a supper, and Messenger's beer as much as you pleased for everybody. At a moment like this, would one, even at the high table, venture to ask, to say nothing of wishing for, aught but Messenger's beer? After the hacked and mangled remains of the first course were removed, there came puddings, pies, cakes, jellies, ices, blancmange, all kinds of delicious things. And after this was done, and eating was stayed, and only the memory left of the enormous feed, the chief brewer rose and proposed in a few words the health of the bride and bridegroom. He said that it would be a lasting sorrow to all of them that they had not been PG 446 present at the auspicious event of the morning, but that it was in some measure made up to them by the happiness they had enjoyed together that evening. If anything, he added, could make them pray more heartily for the happiness of the bride, it would be the thought that she refused to be married from her house in the West End, but came to Stepney among the workmen and managers of her own brewery, and preferred to celebrate her wedding feast in the magnificent hall which she had given to the people of the place. And he had one more good thing to tell them. Miss Messenger, when she gave that precious thing, her hand, retained her name. There would still be a messenger at the head of the good old house. Harry replied in a few words, and the wedding cake went round. Then Dick Coppin proposed success to the Palace of Delight. Harry, whispered Angela, if you love me, speak now from your very heart. He sprang to his feet and spoke to the people as they had never heard any yet speak. After telling them what the palace was, what it was meant to be, a place for the happiness and recreation of all, how they were to make their own amusements for themselves, how there were classrooms where all kinds of arts and accomplishments would be taught, how to ensure order and good behavior, it was necessary that they should form their own volunteer police, how there were to be no politics and no controversies within those walls, and how the management of all was left to committees of their own choosing, he said. Friends all, this is indeed such a thing as the world has never yet seen. You have been frequently invited to join together and combine for the raising of wages. You are continually invited to follow leaders who promise to reform land laws when you have had no land and never will have any, to abolish the House of Lords in which you have no part, share, or lot, to sweep away a church which does not interfere with you, but who have nothing, know nothing to offer you, out of which any help or advantage will come to you. And you are always being told to consider life as a long period of resignation under inevitable suffering, and you are told pg 447 to submit your reason, your will, yourselves, to authority, and all will be well with you. No one yet has given you the chance of making yourselves happy. In this place you will find, or you will make for yourselves, all the things which make the lives of the rich happy. Here you will have music, dancing, singing, acting, painting, reading, games of skill, games of chance, companionship, cheerfulness, light, warmth, comfort, everything. When these things have been enjoyed for a time, they will become a necessity for you and a part of the education for your young people. They will go on to desire other things which cannot be found by any others for you, but which must be found by yourselves and for yourselves. My wife has placed in your hands the materials for earthly joy. It lies with you to learn how to use them. It lies with you to find what other things are necessary, how the people who have all the power there is must find out what they want and help themselves to it, standing shoulder to shoulder by means of that power, how those enemies are not the rich, whom your brawlers in Whitecapel rode ignorantly, accuse but quite another kind, and you must find out for yourselves who these are. It is not by setting poor against rich, or by hardening the heart of rich against poor, that you will succeed. It is by independence and by knowledge. All sorts and conditions of men are alike. As are the vices of the rich, so are your own. As are your virtues, so are theirs. But hitherto, the rich have had things which you could not get. Now all that is altered. In the palace of delight we are equal to the richest. There is nothing which we too cannot have. What they desire we desire. What they have we shall have. We can all love. We can all laugh. We can all feel the power of music. We can dance and sing, or we can sit in peace and meditate. In this palace, as in the outer world, remember that you have the power. The time for envy, hatred, and accusations has gone by, because we working men have, at last, all the power there is to have. Let us use it well. But the palace will be for joy and happiness, not for political wrangles. Brothers and sisters, we will no longer sit down in resignation. We will take the same joy in this world that the rich have taken. Life is short for us all. Let us pg 448 make the most of it for ourselves and for each other. There are so many joys within our reach. There are so many miseries we can abolish. In this house, which is a temple of praise, we shall all together continually be thinking how to bring more sunshine into our lives, more change, more variety, more happiness. A serious ending, because Harry spoke from his heart. As he took his seat in deep silence, the organ broke forth again and played, while the people stood, the grand old 100th Psalm. A serious ending to the feast, but life is serious. 10 minutes later the bride rose, and the band played a joyful march, while the wedding procession once more formed and marched down the hall, and the people poured out into the streets to cheer, and Angela and her husband drove away for their honeymoon. The Palace of Delight is in working order now, and Stepney is already transformed. A new period began on the opening night for all who were present. For the first time they understood that life may be happy. For the first time they resolved that they would find out for themselves the secret of happiness. The angel with the flaming sword has at last stepped from the gates of the earthly paradise, and we may now enter therein and taste, unreproved, of all the fruits except the apples of the tree of life, which has been removed long since to another place. The end.